gentlemen, I am standing with the winners of the Dota 2 Telkom DVC Championships, BVD Dota 2.
The GG is called. Bravado Gaming are your Telkom DGL Masters champions.
The Kings are kneeling right now because WRG are all over them. They're going to pull back Odu. He gets off a really good ultimate, but the tornado disrupts it once more. Bravado's falling apart here. They're about to be facing Megas. It's done. The GG's called. WRG are your winners. WRG win DGL Masters.
And WRG take the championship. Well done to them, boys. The end of an era. And that is it. I don't think there's more. And your grand champions are Sinister Bomb.
And he's finally broken the curse. The man himself, Adestum there, shouting out above his team. The shouts of true victory.
You're watching the Telkom VS Gaming Dota 2 2019 Masters.
And RDK has finally done it. He finally will raise that trophy.
Oh my God.
Because this is it. It is decided. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that is GG!
Goliath Gaming! What?
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to the Telkom VS Gaming Dota 2 Championship 2020. How's everyone doing today? I just will quickly have to catch my breath because I just realized today is lower bracket finals and grand final. We are finally at the end of the tournament, but not the end because we still have the lower bracket final. I am today joined on this panel by Nemi, Phoenix, and Fire. How are you guys doing today?
We're doing good, can't complain.
Likewise.
Yeah,
How about you, Nemi?
very excited.
Doing great. You wearing that good old Venom shirt there. Okay, so I just want to start this off straight away. Phoenix, you're from Carbon, correct?
Yeah.
Who made your logo?
I honestly don't know. I think we just hired some guy in Cape Town or some shit. I really can't tell you.
Because I must say, out of everyone in the tournament so far, you guys have an extremely nice looking logo. I worked on the production side of things and I was like, that's actually very pretty, very pretty. Anyway, besides that. Okay, guys, today, currently
The big games.
we got big games. Yeah, we got like monsters. We got Titans fighting each other today. Currently have XD versus Energy Esports in the lower bracket, with Sin 5 sitting comfortably in the grand finals, waiting for their opponent to come. Guys, are you excited for today?
I mean, who wouldn't be, right? It's XT versus Energy, and then whoever wins there gets to face off Sin 5. That's pretty good. That's pretty good entertainment for the whole day. So yeah.
Nemi, if you were XD or Energy, I mean, if you're one of these teams, playing for one of these Titans, would you be scared of Sinister 5 sitting there waiting for you? Would you feel pressure playing in this game before going to face them?
I think absolutely, especially like if you look at what happened in the previous games, just the way they went. I mean, if you look actually between XT and Energy, really comparing their games against Sin 5, they both went pretty badly, especially that second game for Energy. Yeah, you're feeling a lot of pressure, like you're going up against that, and at this point I think you really have something to prove. Like you want to go up there, you want to show, we're also here, we're also playing to win, and it's not actually just going to be Sin 5 just dominating their way through the upper bracket.
How about you, Phoenix? Would you be scared? Would you feel any pressure? Would you feel like there's this expectation now from you?
I feel it's more stage fright. Like, oh, now I'm on screen. I cannot mess up anything, and then you mess up more and more and more. But I think in general, you just need to build that confidence to saying, listen, I just need to learn from this, even if you absolutely get destroyed.
I think a big thing for it is how you guys are preparing, or how you would be preparing for this match, right? Because you're going up against Energy. They are obviously the Titans as well. As Energy, you're going up against XD. You know that they can do this, that they've gotten this far at this stage anyway. So I think in the back of your mind, you have to keep in mind that you're going up against Sinister 5. But for now, you just have to go, okay, we have to get over this hurdle. and we have to beat this team and then go into the next team. So I think a lot of the people in the teams were talking last night about, okay, when we get to this match that we're fighting, this is kind of what we should be preparing for. This is what we should be doing, and then going and then when we get, or if we get, but I'm sure they're saying when we get. Both teams want to win this. Let's be
The
honest.
confidence,
right? Yeah. So they're saying when we win this, we will prepare for Sin 5 with either this way, that way, or that way, or doing this differently, or that. So it's definitely, I think last night you were preparing for both, because this is a marathon for the lower bracket teams, right? This is potentially 8 full games that you're playing, so it could be very, very daunting for them.
So touching on that, like the whole, like how daunting is, guys, that's a lot of games this lower bracket has to play. Like straight from lower bracket, they go straight into the grand finals where they have to play a BO5. Do you guys not think that's like extremely? Like, do you think that's an advantage to play so many games, or do you think it's a disadvantage?
I think it depends. Like, if you come out of that best of 3 and you are hyped up, if you win a 2-0, whatever it is, if you come out those and you're like really energized, you get into that best of 5 and you just want to play, it can be a real confidence boost and it can be amazing for you. But at the same time, if you come out and even if you win, you're kind of disappointed with the way you played, you thought you could have done better, you're not like really energized, you come into it, you're just going to be tired. And even then, like 5 games, that is a lot of games to play. It's very tiring. So either way you look at it, I mean, it can be good, but it's definitely going to be tiring.
Do you guys think you'll be able to play so many matches? I mean, is it normal pubby day, or I mean, this is like you're playing for a prize pool. I mean, do you think it's like just same as sitting all day playing pubs, or it's like just a different mental drain?
It's definitely a different mental drain. Like, I've played so many ranked games, and you can say like you can chill and just play the game. But while we've done a lot of tournament games, and you just feel absolutely drained afterwards because you're constantly thinking, you're constantly talking, constantly speaking to your teammates the whole time. Because any miscommunication can lead to the wrong way, literally.
Well, both of these teams were in the upper bracket, and they both faced off against Sinister 5. And Sinister 5 convincingly just dominating these matches. But between these two teams, they're now facing one another. Who do you think is more likely to come out atop?
I think it has to be energy, right? Like, I think for almost everyone, they were probably seeded actually number 1 for this tournament coming in, and then Sin 5 really kind of just took that away. But I think still, you're kind of looking at energy, looking at just some of those ranks purely in the names of some of those players, like looking at Welp especially. You kind of just expect them to be that number 1. But at the same time, they looked very shaky against Sin 5, and really, like, I've looked at both those games, Sin 5 and XD against Sin 5, they didn't look special, either of them. So I'm hoping that one of them is going to come out here and show, we're playing to win, and show that they're actually here for a reason.
I think both teams kind of knew what they were going up against with Sinister 5. And to elaborate on what Nemi said, Sin 5 making everyone look shaky is kind of devastating. But then you go, okay, Sin 5 did beat them. They did beat them with this kind of strat, or this kind of play style, or maybe even a combo. We do see Undying and the Drow being contested probably the most, and then the Faceless Void coming here at the end and being contested for energy as well. So I think both teams know more or less what they want to do and what they want to do against the other teams, and then they're preparing for the big onslaught of 5 games, right? So I think the communication is key for them preparing for this, but you kind of want to have a bit of an advantage knowing how to beat both these teams when you saw how Sinister 5 did it, I think. So it could go any way. I mean, if XD actually watched the games with Energy and Sin 5, they would have a pretty good idea of what to do against this team. Taking in mind that obviously this team did learn a lesson or two from those games. You don't go home and just go, okay, we're going to let someone do this again, obviously. But bear in mind that that was a strong playstyle to beat them. So XD could still come out on top of this.
Touching on the heroes that you just mentioned, currently we're seeing a new meta being played. We're seeing some changes. Teams are choosing heroes that they like. We are actually also seeing more specific heroes being picked. Who do you guys think is the best picks right now?
You'd have to go with lane combos, right?
Yeah, the lane combos for sure. We've seen the Venge and the Drow. That is absolutely brutal. Another lane combo, Clock Bloodseeker, also very painful. Actually, Bloodseeker with just any stun. We've seen the Faceless Void from Energy has been absolutely brutal. And then we've seen the Enchantress quite contested, and Adestam also saying that he thinks that Void Spirit is really just a cut above right now. So certainly a lot of heroes in contention there.
It always seems like South Africa has their own meta, right? Because Lina is not a hero that gets played a lot anywhere else. But we did see Lina being contested a lot earlier in the games. We do see her still being picked up and played in these later stages. So definitely one of the heroes that would probably stand out in these kind of drafts. But I wouldn't say one that you'd particularly have to ban. But Lina brings her own strength to the game anyway. So it's definitely something you have to be preparing for, at the very least, when going into these drafts. XD and Sin 5, XD and Energy all playing with that Undying probably the most. I think it's, I don't know the stats though, but I think it's been picked up the most in this tournament. So Undying and Drow also a very good lane. Undying with the Faceless Void, a very good lane as well. So definitely one of the heroes you should be preparing for when going into these matches.
We mentioned Void Spirit. I mean, we've seen. I mean, the most notable Void Spirit play so far has been Dota and Die when they were playing against Energy, and that was, that was wow. That was a snowball. Like, how do you stop this man on that Void Spirit? Phoenix, do you think Void Spirit is now a important hero? Do you think it's now like it's face of Void Spirit's time to shine?
I think the hero is just still absolutely broken since the time it came out. The hero has literally a stun, a nuke, a getaway, literally everything that you want on like a hero that can do anything. And then on top of it all, it has a silence with an Aghanim Scepter. Like, what else can you ask for?
Pretty scary. And we've been seeing a lot of Faceless Void as well, guys. Like, what's up with that? Why the Faceless Void? I know we got the good old Chrono, but like, educate me, guys. Why the Faceless Void? Why are we seeing it so much?
I think that comes down to really like one item, and that is Mask of Madness. And actually, we're seeing that a lot everywhere. We've seen a 23 Savage likes to buy it on Anti-Mage. I think he kind of pioneered that build. We saw Aghanim getting it on Morphling. That item is just so good, and I think it is best of all on Faceless Void because it's kind of like a Midas in that it increases your farm speed. People use it as a replacement, but on Void, not only does it increase your farm speed, but it also gives you just this massive kill threat very early on. So I think literally just that alone, but also Void in of himself, he has a Weaver ultimate as his Q, Chronosphere, you just can't go wrong. Even if he's having a terrible game, you've got any sort of synergy. We've seen Invoker, Phoenix, obviously a classic combo there. Just anything with that Chronosphere can be absolutely brutal. So I think that's why he has just been so strong.
So, okay, so we've talked about the picks. We've talked about like, well, not the picks, but the picks that actually, yeah, the picks that has happened, picks that could be. Going into this match now, this is a very important match because if you lose here, you lose your shot at going for the grand finals. Top two. I mean, top two. Everyone wants to be in top two. I believe you guys spoke about that last night in one of the panels about you don't really like know who's in. I mean, you know third, you might know fourth, but I mean first, second. That's where you want to be. Going into this, do you think it's the time to take out that experimental strat? Or do you think it's play it safe, play it your best?
I think you'll give away too much if you do play it though. If you do get your ace in the hole, like what I don't know what Liquid did with a TA and a Tide Hunter back then, it's definitely different. And I don't think you'd give them enough time to prep for it. But you have to bear in mind that this team has an hour or more to just at least talk about it and at least have some sort of way to maybe play around it or whatever. So if you do have an ace in the hole and you want to play it now, you do need to keep in mind that you have to play it in different styles, right, before going into the finals, because you can't have just this one play style and then go into the finals and be like, okay, well, now it's not going to work, you know?
Phoenix, what's your thoughts on this?
I think at this point in time, they have to use all this strats because if they get knocked out now, they knocked out and then they lose their second place at this point. So even if they don't want to, they're gonna have to.
But don't you think? I don't know. That's a risk, eh? That's a risk because like if you go full on strat, all your strats, how do you prep for Sin 5? Do you just think everyone has now after playing Sin 5 have new strats planned for them?
I think every team or any team should always have more than one or two strats ready. in terms of like in our cases where with Carbon, we normally had like the Sven Io or the Drow Venge. We had more than that because we relied on the carry and the offlaner to at least snowball. And in this case, you really need to have the mid lane be a hero that can do anything on the map. Otherwise, you're just going to lose. That's why I think we brought it up on the previous panel, where laning stage is extremely important for this type of meta. It makes the foundation of the game basically.
I think it comes down to what Doom Bunny said in the or on the panel last time we had him when they knocked down Energy to the lower bracket. Actually, he did mention that they had a plan for them in that game, and even if they did face them in the finals, they had a different plan or something else that they would pull out again. So, I think it's exciting to think of what that could be potentially, but still, I think Phoenix is on point with saying you need to have more than one strategy at least going into this. Going, if this draft doesn't work out, or if they ban this, or if they ban that, or if this lineup doesn't work out, or even if this strat doesn't actually work out as well as it did on paper or in practice, we kind of need something to fall back to. And the current meta is probably not that, but it should be more than that at least.
I'm just missing seeing the IOs, to be honest. Guys, I want to fight to break out right now for this. What are the predictions? I want to fight break out because, like, we don't know. XD Energy, we do not know which of these teams is going to win because they both bring something different to the table. Fire, what's your prediction for this?
I guess it comes down to, like, it's not even the draft, right? You have to consider the playstyle of both these teams and what they have accomplished. XD was one of the teams that were top of their seed when they of the group when they actually came into this. That's why they landed up in the upper bracket. So, not a team to be discouraged or just thrown aside at all. For some people, they were already convinced that Energy is going to take this. For me, it's very difficult because you still have so much contention and so much in the strats and play style going into this. You still have meta heroes that we haven't seen a lot, like Tiny Magnus. We've mentioned it a few times. I don't know if this is the stage where we are going to see them, though. Maybe the IO does come back. The IO Sven is actually a good combo, as Phoenix said earlier as well. So I'm not too sure. For me, it's for me this is very difficult. I'd give my predictions after the draft. I'd say I wouldn't be able to do it now.
Okay. Well, okay, if you have to, because I would like a pre-draft prediction, so that I can just see if your mind gets changed or the balance tips.
I'm gonna go. Actually, I want to go with XD. I'm gonna go XD 2-1.
All right. That's a 3 games. That would be great to see.
Yeah.
Nemi, what are you thinking? What's rolling in your mind right now?
I think if I were to go with my head, I just have to say Energy. I think the laning stage, like mechanically, these are all very skilled players. It'll be pretty even, but it's just going to be those rotations, the movements around the map. I think Energy will probably get the one up there. But in my heart, I want XD to win. I would love to see that. I'd love to see they show us why they're the top seed. So I think I'm actually going to go with my heart. I'm going to be a flyer on this one. I back XD 2-1.
Oh, wow. Another XD 2-1. Interesting. All right, Phoenix, please say you're an Energy fanboy. This is your time to say you have a shirt in your cupboard. What are your predictions?
I think it'll be 2-0 to Energy, in all honesty, because
the
rank and the play style and individually the talent in each player and each team is very different. And for Energy, I think the gap between XD is incredibly huge. But I have been proven wrong. I did say 2-1 to Energy against N5, and I was brutally proven wrong.
I think it's this underdog story as well, right?
Yeah.
That's what me and Nemi want. We want the underdog story.
Okay, guys. Okay, so we have the underdog. We're talking about the underdog story. We have our predictions: 1 for Energy and then 2 for XD. But tell me, winning it's not just about the teams, it's about the organizations they play for. We know these organizations. How will winning this actually affect these organizations, especially since we're saying underdog team XD going into this, they need to get to the top. How would you guys think would affect the MGOs themselves?
I think for XD, it'll definitely be something great for them because they haven't gotten this far in the tournament yet. If they do make it to the finals, I think so. For them, it would be huge. Winning this whole tournament would mean a lot to them. It would mean people actually taking them serious as well. Not that they haven't in the past, but actually considering them as the top seed going into next year or something like that. Because for now, Energy and Sin5 just have the players that everyone's backing, and for XD to win this, they would show that it's not necessarily about the players or the talent, but more about the style that you bring into it, the communication that you have between your team, the synergy that you have between your team, and just all out playing Dota. Dota is more than just a talent show. It's about a team based game.
No, agreed. I mean, at the end of the day, if winning a title for an organization is big, because I mean, you come back, you try to defend your title. Sadly, we don't have Vosh's MGO defending their title this year, but we do have these players still. They are still spread out in between these players. I mean, 2 of them are playing for Sinister 5, which are already in grand finals waiting. But like,
one of them Energy.
I mean, yeah, and there's guys in Energy as well, same position. But touching on the MGOs and touching on Sinister 5, actually also having some previous winners. What do you think Castaway's role is like in the South African community right now? Because I mean, he's won 2016, he's won 2017, he's won 2019, and now he's sitting in the grand finals again, waiting for Energy, waiting for XD. What role do you guys think he plays in the South African community?
I think he's an inspiration, if I'm being honest. Like, I am very new to the South African Dota scene. I knew pretty much no one. I'm not well connected. Like, I've kind of just come into it this year, and I already knew Castaway was considered pretty much best player in South Africa, best mid laner. Like really something to look forward to and to aspire to. And I would love, maybe next year or the year after that to be able to get into a server with him and really compete with that. That would be, like absolutely massive. So I'd like to see him keep going big and kind of, I want to say, legitimize the South African scene, make it big, make it real, make it something which can compete, ultimately on the international stage would be amazing. So I think he's a really big player, and actually a lot of them, Adestam as well, I've certainly heard of. Well, also like got a big reputation. So yeah, there's a lot there.
Touching on that, Nemi, I actually want to ask you, since you say you're pretty new to the scene, how did you get into Dota? Like, what made you like decide this is the game I want to compete in?
I got into Dota. I've been playing for years. I've been playing for 6 years, 7 years ago. I mean, I saw my brother play, and I was like, "Oh, this looks like fun." And we played together for probably my first 1,000 games. I have like 800 matches with him. And I just, I went through periods where I didn't play for a bit, and then I did play, and I came back, and I went back and forth and back and forth. And then last year, I went to university and I met a bunch of people, and they were kind of like, "Hey, some of them know some people in the South African scene, and they decided we just want to make a team just for fun, and we started a team, and now suddenly I'm here. Like, I never really thought I was going to compete, but now we're here.
Tell me though, you say these big names like Castaway, Whelp, Adam, like how did these players personally like affect your drive to compete? Did you ever play against them, or have you ever seen them? How did seeing these guys that are these household names help you realize, wow, this I want to be there?
I think last year was the first time. It was DGC, one of my friends now from university. It was like, "Hey, like here's the grand finals. Do you want to check it out? Check it on the stream." And he started telling me, about Castaway and about Aghanim and about, Adestam and all those players. And I started looking at it. I was like, this looks like fun. Later in the year, someone pitches me, "You want to join?" I've played against some of them. I mean, we got completely destroyed, but it was great to play against them. And now, like, I'm sitting here, and it just makes me want to go out there. I want to play some ranked. I want to get up there, and I actually want to come back like next year after, and really, put them to the test, see if I can compete with the big boys.
That's really admirable of you. So tell me, how does it? Sorry, I just quickly want to jump. Phoenix, how like these? You hear Nemi now? He's like being inspired by these players. Phoenix, like, is there anyone's particular that you have looked up to, or you've seen that you want to like, or played against that you want to like catch up to, beat?
So I think I first heard of Castaway when I was still in high school in newbie or noob. I can't remember the team, but he was one of those players that I was like, wow, this guy's actually really good because I watched his tinker, I watched his SF, and I was like, this is a guy I really want to compete against as well, like Nemi said. But it was mainly his Tinker, because I'm a Tinker player, a filthy Tinker player, and the way he plays it, right, it just makes you want to be just like that. So I think for the first 3-4 years, I just played like Tinker, SF, and I just always looked up to him. And when I played against him, I was like, the skill difference is so big, and I still really want to just at least be able to be in the same tournament as him or competition as him. So I
Well,
think
guys,
he's a big role model, though.
yeah. Touching on these players now. Touching on these players. So we see them. You see them. They're in these big teams, but they're in Energy and Sun 5 right now. These names you've just mentioned. XD is a less successful team in this tournament. How do you think they compare towards like Energy as their counterparts? Energy that do have these previous players that have won, these big players, these big household names. How do you think it feels for XD knowing this, knowing they're going up against people that have already got these titles?
So from my perspective, I think people need to not look at like titles or how big this player is or how good this player is. They just need to play the game. And most of all, Dota is a team game, so synergy is most important. And for XC, I see them play like together all the time. And like people always say, don't play pubs to get better, but in all honesty, playing pubs together the whole time improves team play way more than anything else.
I mean, they do have a few names that you've seen around in at least in the pro scene for Dota in SA, right? But I don't think they've gotten to this level yet because they probably didn't find this synergy, didn't find the right players. I guess, like we mentioned yesterday, a lot of this comes down to finding the right team. It's like what Doom Bunny did: finding the right team, finding the team that has the synergy, finding a good captain, get great drafts in, and just make sure you have the correct playstyle and stuff. And I think for them this year, it could be their year as well because they seem to have, ticked all those boxes off for them.
Guys, thank you. Now it's time. Are you guys ready for our lower bracket final? Energy Esports versus XD. I'm extremely excited, and we're almost about to go into the draft, able to see what we're going to be looking at, who we're going to be playing.
You're probably expecting the Undying, right? We have to.
Undying, Faceless Void, Void Spirit, hands down. All right.
And a Drow. What do you guys think? So just for the players as well, what do you guys do these 2 minutes before the game starts? You guys talking about the game yet? Are you guys still making fun of each other or what?
We're still making fun of each other, just trying to stay relaxed,
I think the biggest part is you not to be tensed up. So when you tense up in this type of scenario, you kind of make a lot of mistakes. Like I think Nemi would understand this from a mid player's perspective. If you make mistakes in the mid lane, right, it's very detrimental to your own mentality. Like you start being so negative towards yourself, and then it starts bringing the team down as well. So I think you need to just constantly hype up the team, be funny, be like I think Adam has said, just go make coffee, just chill, and just do something that doesn't make you nervous.
Otherwise, you might set up benchmarks or whatever that's not even there yet. So that makes sense.
All right, guys, the draft has now officially started. Please just jump over to my screen share there so you guys can see this draft.
XD versus Energy Esports Game 1.
All right, guys, this is the draft's up right now. We already see the Undying pick from Energy Esports, eh?
Well, Undying was one of the heroes we expected, right? We said it's going to be picked up. We just need to know about what goes in next or that kind of stuff. Going with the Drow, going with. I mean, it makes sense that if you're on the opposite team, you could pick up the Venge now or something like that. Drow with it.
10 seconds remaining.
I think the Undying pick is just strong. Like, it just works. And it pushes you away from strength tiers. That Sven. You can't do something like a Cheese Timbersaw. It just makes so much sense. And that Soul Rip right now has been ridiculous. Damage insane. So I think that just works. I'm not sure what's going to come out in opposition to this.
10 seconds.
There's kind of a lot of routes you can go.
Radiant team back.
I think like you're going in, you're still expecting the Lina, right? Are we going with the Lina because there's Undying? So Lina is very good against the Undying, especially as the Tombstone.
Yeah, you know, something to just nuke that down, fast attack speed. I know something which is not being clean at all, but quite strong. Visage works. You can actually hit that tombstone and it just melts. So, you know, maybe a very unconventional avenue you can go for that, but it's definitely one which works.
All right. And then going into for the side of the Undying, one of the heroes that some of the heroes that could work with it. We did mention Phoenix was also a good hero that goes with it. The Faceless Void is a good hero that goes with it. Are you banning them now, or are you kind of considering them?
I think you're considering them for yourself, really. You're looking at those and thinking, ideally, I want these. Kind of trying to force the enemy to waste their bans or something like that. And hopefully you've been thinking about this already, thinking you know they're going to ban this. So what can you kind of pull out on the side there, which they're not going to think about, which is just going to have great synergy.
Phoenix, what's one of the heroes that you want to see now for both sides picked right now in the next side?
Not gonna lie, I still want to see a Void Spirit. Even the hero is absolutely broken, but it's so fun just watching him move around the whole time.
And just like utility wise, what's the kind of things that you're thinking about when you're going in the draft now? It's not necessarily just the heroes. You have to be thinking of what items you're building on the heroes, what you're going with. So, you know, it kind of makes sense that's one of the bigger things that goes in, because yesterday the Void Spirit was picked up because he could rush the Orchid in order to disable that Enigma once the black hole comes in, or just before the black hole comes in. Is that something you're considering when picking up, if you're picking up the Void Spirit now?
I think the Void Spirit is just such a utility hero. You can do whatever you want with the hero. You can build whatever you want, but not necessarily. But like it's a hero that can go either right click or these Orchid, Yules, Aghanim Scepters, or even like Crystallises. It's such an utility hero, like you said.
Yeah, I just want to touch on this as well, the Snapfire pick. I like this a lot. I've mentioned it before, but I think it has a lot of diversity, especially if you have kind of a specialty player who can play that mid. It allows you to rotate around. I've seen pulse 3, you know, you see that mid, you can see it pulse 4. It can really go everywhere, and with a Void, it just works. You know, it doesn't have to have great farm. It doesn't have to even have a great game. It just does a million damage. And right now, what you're looking for the side of energy is something which can get on top of it, get to that backline. So really, that Void Spirit is looking great.
Yeah, it makes a lot of sense for them right now. So Undying and Drow, we did mention it's one of the best lane combos right now. So the Venge actually being banned out by Energy. They usually used to run the Vengeful Spirit in the place of the Undying, and then picking up the Drow, and then the Faceless Void Snapfire. We did mention it works well with the Invoker. Energy not making the same mistake as WRG, actually banning out that Invoker and the Phoenix for them. So going with the synergy of Faceless Void and Snapfire, is that pretty much enough? We do know that Faceless Void, the first chrono is usually not the one where you have enough damage yet. So you have to be banning out other combos for the side of XD, right?
Yeah.
Absolutely. And I think like something that you kind of want is if you're going to put all your eggs into this chrono, you don't want to have one ultimate which has to be up, because if they manage to get something, an opportunity where the Snapfire feels he has to use ult, then it's down. Then the chrono, like they try and force a fight, you have a chrono, you don't have synergy. It just doesn't work well. So ideally you want quite a lot of synergy to come in with that, so that when the Void pops chrono, you always has an ultimate or something very strong to synergize with that. But also going back for this Venge ban, I think at this point, everyone's realized if you see a Venge, you pick the Drow. Like, you just can't let it through. So Energy has realized, you know, we may as well ban it, because you're never actually going to get away with this.
And another hero that works very well with the Faceless Void. We did see the Venomancer ban out. They definitely learned a lot from the WRG game from XD and Energy side going into this draft. So one of the heroes that kind of makes sense for Energy now is Winter Wyvern, right? With the Faceless Void.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw White Rabbit pick that, and it was fairly unsuccessful. But I think the concept is just too strong. The heal save, the ultimate pierces BKB.
I mean, it was because the Faceless Void was like jumped the whole time. The Faceless Void just jumped the Winter Wyvern, right? So that was his job. And they had a lot of other heroes that could initiate and give him the space in order to get onto onto that Winter Wyvern the whole time. So do you think XD will play it the same way, or will the side of Energy actually just play a lot better with the Winter Wyvern than we did see from WRG?
I think Energy might be able to play better. That positioning, as you said, is absolutely key. And actually, what you kind of want on your Winter Wyvern there is a lot of farm, Blink Dagger, Aetherland, Force stuff, anything to keep him right on the outside. And they're going to pick up Wind Ranger. It's a
You
little
guys
weird.
think,
I think
is this a mid-wind ranger?
I
The
don't think you
Legion
can put
Commander
it mid.
for
I
XD?
think all your eggs into this. Okay, and then you've got the Legion Commander Skyroth Mage combo, which we saw. I think
One of the things we did mention, there was a lot of, or kind of an issue for when you pick the Faceless Void, is what you just kind of mentioned, the whole eggs in one basket thing. And now you have Legion Commander, which is a hero that's not necessarily considered to work well with the Faceless Void because of the Chronosphere. If that lands wrong, you really can't get the duels off, or it's in the middle of a duel. But it works really well with the Snapfire and the Skyroth Mage. So XD really going with, if we don't get you with the Faceless Void in the combo, we can get you with the Legion Commander in the combo. So definitely good from there. A different playstyle from them going into this draft already.
Yeah, and I think right now, Energy, you need someone big, you need someone in the front. I mean, Undying can do it, but he has a +5 there. There's going to come a point 20 minutes in, he just can't sustain it. You have Drow Wind. If that Wind is +4, maybe it's okay. Okay, and they get the Slaughter. An
A very
Initiation there.
strong hero there.
Yeah, absolutely.
Slaughter is probably still considered one of the best heroes in the offlane. It's just, it needs that bit of high skill to be played right now. So you're banning out the mid lane heroes, right? Or this could still be a Wind Ranger mid.
It could,
but it's most
I don't
likely
think
a
he wants
+4. We've seen it being played a lot more as +4 anyway. You should be considering OD ban for XD right now. I think, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, just save at this point. You could even be really crazy and pick Oracle. I do not see that ban, and I think there has been some mid Oracle being played. Something crazy that you could do, which would offer a lot to this team right now.
Phoenix, what's your thoughts on the draft right now?
I think both teams have a very singular target-based team fight, mainly Energy, but it's to the fact where if that hero gets caught off, that hero is going to be deleted instantly. Like Wind Ranger, Drow, Slot, I think that's a bit of a nasty combo. And from this perspective, I think it's a Wind Ranger at this point.
You think so? What
I mean,
makes you say that though?
I mean, from previous games, I think I've seen Adam play it, and we all thought it would have been a Lina mid, and then he took the Wind Ranger mid. Even though it wasn't the most competent mid against like a Shadow Fiend, I think this game it will be perfectly fine. I don't think it will synergize that well with Slaughter. I think what Nemi said, picking an Oracle now would be actually very crucial. Even maybe a Winter Wyvern, just as a possible.
That could make sense. We did speak a lot about the flex picks for both these teams, and having something like a Winter Wyvern as an option right now makes a lot of sense for these teams. Winter Wyvern goes well against Legion Commander, works very well against Faceless Void as well. So it makes sense that the Wind Ranger could go mid. But if you're expecting that, if we're expecting it, XD should be expecting this as well. So what are you banning?
I still
really
use
saves.
Yeah.
You just ban out the Winter Wyvern right now.
I think you have to. I think it's just strong,
What if it's not? What if it's not the mid Wind Ranger? What else is it? What else are they considering for energy if this Wind Ranger does not go mid?
I think at this point, what someone said about the Outworld, I think they need to either consider that or save. Like at this point, if Energy has a save and they put all this Chrono and this duel into it, and Outworld just comes in here with his Aghanims and maybe Aetherlens, BKB, whatever, and he just Astrals it, the combo just goes.
Yeah, and that synergy with Drow is filthy.
Yeah, that's just one thing as well. Because a tiny ban, a burst hero, but not necessarily, I think, what Energy wanted anyway, because they have the initiation with Slaughter, they have big damage with Wind Ranger, they have the Undying for a bit of sustain or damage and keeping the team fights going, and they have massive damage with Drow. I don't think Tiny was the exact thing, or what do you guys think is going through the mind of XD with this ban? What do they think Energy's going to pick up now?
I think the mindset with this Tiny is if you can just get on top of most of these areas, maybe not the Legion Commander, with this kind of draft, you can just destroy people and losing, especially that Void at the beginning of a fight, the fight's pretty much over. Not all your eggs in one basket with the Legion Commander, but if you lose the Void, I don't think you're going to win that fight. So maybe they're just worried about that.
And Phoenix, what are you picking for Energy? Winter Wyvern or OD? And what are you picking if XD if they actually do bring out the OD or Winter Wyvern?
Oh,
Void Spirit. Whoa.
Three of the heroes we spoke about three of the heroes we just spoke about on panel has actually been picked in the first game.
Well, it was 4, right? Because that's Void Spirit, Drow, Undying, and the Faceless Void
Yes.
being picked up. So
10 seconds remaining.
panel getting used to this meta.
Yeah, the only thing we need to
5
just damn
seconds remaining.
enchantress. That's it.
This
Yeah.
just the
So,
chances.
so XD, you thinking Void Spirit goes mid?
I
Oh.
think,
Choose your
Wow,
Necroman?
Necrophos.
I guess he doesn't.
That's. I mean, it
Wow.
works really well with their combo, right? This is kind of
Okay.
almost. It's playing to the strengths of
Okay.
XD, but not necessarily against Energy.
Guys, okay, seeing the draft now, what is the predictions now? What do you think now? Is everyone still sitting with the same predictions? XD, Nemi Fire? Do you still think XD's got this?
I think XD's got this. They've got more than one option for them. They can do this.
Yeah, absolutely.
Phoenix?
It's a fantastic draft.
Looking at the draft aside, I think XD might have this. I think they have a stronger draft going into this.
That is a sway. All right, everybody. I hope everyone is ready for a game of beautiful Dota, the lower bracket finals. I am now going to be giving over to something that I truly want to coin because one day when this is considered the greatest casting pair, I want them to remember me saying this and choosing their name. It is the beard and the muscle. And yes, I do mean Halberd is the muscle. Take it away, guys.
I'm so glad we've established that, and it's very important. Please, whatever you do not hear, do not flex, otherwise I will be woefully underpowered for that matchup. But anyways, here we are, ladies and gentlemen. Energy Esports taking on XD in the lower bracket finals. Now, I'm very interested for this matchup because obviously one of these two sides is going to go take on the Sinister 5 roster that we've spoken so highly about for the last little while in the grand final. But one of the things for me is we haven't actually been able to see a huge amount of Energy and XD in their past two engagements because we saw all other engagements since the 5. We didn't get to see what they could do as sides, particularly XD. So
yeah, Sin 5 wasn't allowing them to play any Dota in that series. Like Sin 5 just took over the game and ran at them the whole time. It was a Sin 5 show the entire time.
100%. So I do think that this is an opportunity for both these sides to give us a little bit more insight on how they perform up against their closest rivals and to give us a real show and an expectation what's going to happen up against Sin 5 later. Whether Sin 5 will let either of these two teams hit, that remains to be decided. But at the very least, I think we're going to have a fantastic matchup here and a very exciting lower bracket final.
So how do you feel about the analysis from the panel there, Albert? Do you agree with them that XD has the favor in the draft here?
I would say that one of the big things for me was not allowing Energy to have the Faceless Void. So from that perspective, the fact that XD actually picked it up for themselves, I think is quite a big factor. However, I actually do think there's a lot going on for the Energy lineup, and we've seen how effective those voids, the other void, on the other side, can be around the map. So I actually don't think this is a particularly one-sided matchup. XD do feel like they're committing a lot to this Legion Commander and that Face Void Chronosphere. But, I do think they have the edge when it comes to team fights. But Dota is not necessarily always decided by team fights. I don't know. Am I wrong? Am I the odd man out here?
So it's a lot of focus on this Void Spirit popping off. I kind of think if Adestam does not have a good time on this Void Spirit, they're going to be playing from behind because a lot of their damage is single target. And especially because your Wind Ranger is a +4 now, the amp from the Slaughter is going to be beneficial towards the Drow only. So you need to have this Void Spirit have a good time. He needs to get like a good Axe timing. Because Faceless Void doesn't want to go Manta. Like Voids at the moment want to go SNY, MKB. They do not want to be going Manta. And if this Void Spirit gets an early Aghanim Scepter and he's got the double silence, he's going to force this Void into an early BKB or a Manta. So I think it's about this Void Spirit. I like XD's draft. It gives them a chance to play Dota. This Necrophos pick was very good. Like it crushes Void Spirit in lane. So Junaid should have a good time against Adestam in the mid lane. It's a very smart pick. Like you've got Chrono, you've got the Scarif Mage ulti that you can combo with the Necrophos. You can combo with the Legion Commander. They've got a lot of mini combos that intertwine, and they kind of link up with the Chronosphere. So it's not just that you're banking on this Chrono. It's not just that you're banking on this duel. So, and what we need to realize as well is Scarif Mage Ancient Seal is it's an amp. So that gets amped by Necrophos' ulti as well. So someone might be on the edge of that threshold, and then if that Ancient Shield is applied, the Necrophore's ulti will actually kill them.
All right, well, let's see if that's not Adesam needs will be the case. I actually want to mention this, although Castaway, because you can't remember anyone's names, just called him the mid from XD. He actually spoke about him quite highly as well. But with that said, I mean, he's probably going to be happy to say that Adesam is also an absolute fiend when it comes to control the mid lane at the moment. So
yeah,
it's for me a bit of a big ask for Junaid here to topple both those two titans in the top lane. But as you mentioned, he's got this opportunity to do just that. And right now, he's looking good in lane. I mean, he's got an early lead. Those 3 denies will matter. And if he can just continue to provide that pressure onto us and make a big difference here. And
yeah,
I mean, there you go. Look what just happened mid. Like, you can see it's so hard for him to actually get on the front foot.
and it's going to get worse. The moment he starts putting more levels into this Heartstopper, the moment he starts putting more levels into the Death Pulse, every time they trade like that, it's just going to hurt more and more. I would like to see Adam maybe pick up a stick here, because this Necro is going to be farming, obviously, with the Death Pulse to try and secure the range creeps. A stick might be able to make sure that he just survives that last little bit of burst when they get to closer to level 6. Because like the moment this Necro hits level 5 or 6, I don't think this Void Spirit can stay in lane. Like one rotation from the Skywrath Mage and he... Oh, bottom lane is a bit of action.
Yeah, so Mental is trading some blows. They're trying to just fight over this newcomer. Look at the damage that came out there from the Baron Bison's Legion Commander. And they actually have Deputy a bit of an awkward way. He's getting a lot of damage from this.
Yeah,
This
so
Baron
already has 2 levels on overwhelming odds. He chose to go 2 levels into that instead of the press the attack, which is pretty fine. Drou's not going to get silenced till early. Undying doesn't have any damage.
So low.
Oh,
Are
he's
they
dead.
going to be able to just charge him down? He actually does get some help from Mental, so he's going to be okay. But oof,
Soul Rip.
Soul Rip
Soul
strong.
Rip, good spell. Oh, we first blood top lane on the Snapfire. That is a interesting kill. Snapfire is level 2. I don't know if he used the cookie. It is already off CD. He probably just got double bashed. Does this Wind Ranger have Shackle yet? No, she does not. So it was just probably a double stun into the power shot. Power shot doing 250 damage already. If you don't hit it with creeps, one of the highest level nukes in the game from pretty early on. Power shot does so much damage. Like 450 on max level. Obviously, it diminishes the more targets you hit, but it's a lot of damage. So Junaid already a full level above Adestam in this mid lane.
I was actually curious about there's a talent, the level 1500 power shot damage or 100 range. I kind of feel like it's the power shot damage when you go for, but 100 range also doesn't suck. I'm just curious if you have any thoughts on that based on the comments you just made about power shot.
So on a core Wind Ranger, you kind of want the attack range because you want to use Wind Run to slow the person, and then you want to be kiting away from them. So you just want to apply the slow from Wind Run, and then you want to be kiting away. But I think as a support, especially you have a lineup like with a Slaughter that has some stuns, that power shot damage is just too much to give up. This Junaid is playing this lane so aggressively in the mid. He's actually doing such a good job.
Although, bear in mind, Adesam, he's not too far off. I mean, the deny is obviously going the way of Junaid at the moment, but he's finding farms. So I think that's almost more important for him than necessarily winning this lane. Like, as long as he has farm, as long as he can start rotating around the map when he chooses to, then you're good. So I do think there needs to be a little bit more pressure coming from Junaid onto this Void Spirit, but
some of that end with is some neutrals though. He has been applying.
Sorry, be very, very low. They're trying to find the kill onto him, and they will be able to do so. They're going to be very, very low as well. They're trying to bash him, and they will control him. So in the end, this may just go 2 for nothing here, and it does indeed. There was also a kill somewhere else. I mean, what was it? The Skywrath Mage also fell as well. So
that is
just
Whelp knowing a 0. Sorry, Albert. But yeah, that is Whelp knowing the limits of the Slaughter. He got cookied there. A lesser player would have panicked, tried to start running away, used the sprint to get away, but he instantly just turned and manned up. He knew the Void didn't have time walk. He just turned and put applied pressure and waited for that bash.
I wonder if they can turn this around. It'll well does back off immediately because he realizes that the threat is on its way, and well, it looks like he wants to turn this one around. TKC's in the sidelines as well. He also has the Shackle Veil. Power Shot does connect nicely, and they're probably just going to be able to run him down here. Snapfire will die again. And this lane at the moment going very poorly for XD. 5-0 Energy. I feel like they shouldn't be this far ahead this early on.
So something that we haven't commented on yet. Slaughter is a counter to the Void lane. It's actually one of the heroes that Faceless Voids hate playing into. because every time you get close to the creep wave, he's just hitting you with a bash of the deep. As you can see, Whelp already has 3 levels into it. He's just got one of the sprint for utility, and then one of the slithering crash to set up his bashes. Like Faceless Void does not like playing into Slardar. It is a pretty hard counter, and it's showing. Like if you look at the net worth graph, this Faceless Void is below the Wind Ranger on net worth at the moment. He is having a horrible time.
Well, I mean, look at the overall net worth. I mean, we're sitting at 4k lead at the moment, as bottom lane once more we find another hero going down, and this could be an additional kill as well. As Mental, he's happy to go under this tire, tank it up, and they do get some support coming in, and that should at least give them the cross kill, and does. But Deppy goes to town, deals a lot of damage anyways. 7-1, 4k lead.
So
I almost
that,
like
that,
Addison
that's a
doesn't
nice,
matter too much anymore.
Yeah, that's a nice rotation by B, just to try and get them on the board. But that is leaving his Faceless Void solo against a level 5 Slardar at the moment. So it is a little rotation to try and to get them on the board. But this Void can't lane top. If you look at top, he can't get close to the creep wave. The Slardar is just going to keep hitting him. He's got phase boots now, so this bash is going to hurt even more. And like, if Whelp wants to completely dominate this lane, he can even just pick up a casual Gloves of Haste, just for some additional attack speed, and he can just like man up and fight them. Bottom lane there's some action, so they decided to try lane now and try and stop this Drow Undying lane. But your Void is not going to get anything. If you look top, he's getting bullied so hard.
He actually was very low, by the way. He did get off a Time Walk, so actually close to death, and immediately Snapfire was brought back into support. Bottom lane, though, looks like they're interested once more in going on to this LC, and those slows really do cause a lot of problems. And of course, with the Tombstone down as well, they should be able to finish off and do just that. And they're going to go again here. They're going to pick up another kill. This is going to be 9-1 in 8 minutes, and we saw how crazy Energy can be. When they go on the front foot, they just do so much. We're going to add some catches out Junaid here, and this actually could turn around pretty bad if he decides to dedicate to it. He does have his alchemical, does have the bottle as well with the arcane rune now. Sides though against it. There's kills going off everywhere.
Yeah,
this is actually this feels totally out of control for XD.
So to put it into perspective as well, that Undying with two DKs and a Soul Rip and a Tombstone drop, he did 700
mid
damage.
lane, they're trying to finish off this Necro. He did get off a good heal though, and is under his tower of protection. Looks like he's going to push the agenda a little bit forward here. Adestam managed to evade one of the death pulses, but I mean, wow, that was 2-1, and you can see he's looking pretty healthy.
Yeah, this Necro is a good pick.
He's got a full mech.
The Necro
looking good.
Oh jeez, 8 minutes into the game, full mech with boots and a full wand. That is, yeah, he's big. He's on the trails of this Drow Ranger, and he's just been sitting in the mid lane. So this Necrophos is strong. I think they need to base their plays around it. 1 minute until tomes come out, and then you can start looking at Legion Commander duels with Snapfire or Skywrath Mage combo, depending on who they want to give the tome to. So I think XC just needs to calm down a bit. They just need to relax. Like when the heroes hit level 6, then that's when they kind of get a pretty big power spike. I think that the power spike they get from the level 6 is even bigger than the 6k net worth lead. Obviously, the net worth will make sure that Energy can use that net worth to farm. The bottom tower is gone already, but they need level 6 on their heroes. Skywrath Mage is level 3.
A duel here for free though if they want it. Although Adestam comes back in, so this fight turns around. They do also get the Tombstone down on the high ground. That's helped them out. They're going to be able to turn around the kill onto this Legion Commander. And now Remedy comes in, decent chrono onto 2. Realizes he's going to have to settle for the Undying because he doesn't quite have the damage to deal with Deppy. But the fight is still on, and they do have some opportunities here. Adestam, he doesn't want to part of this. Deppy, you're on your own. He TP's out of this one, and Deppy won't even be able to get the bounty rune. Shut down by Junaid in the combination with that Faceless Void. That's so important.
So like we saw there as well, that Reaper Scythe with the Ancient Seal does a lot of damage. I for a second thought that Reaper came out too early. The Skywrath Mage hit him with another Arcane Bolt, and then the Ancient Seal was just enough to push that damage over the edge. They are losing a bit of map control though, but their tier 1 middle is still up, which is very important. I think if they keep their tier 1 up, they can still keep control of the map. So they need to defend this tier 1. With this Necrophos being middle, the tier 1 is at least still like basically full HP.
Man, it was so important that Remy got involved with that kill as well, because look at his net worth. I mean, he's struggling, right? 3k, far behind that Drow Ranger, but just being able to use your ulti, make it work, getting off a decent chrono like that, it can make such a difference for your team. It's not just him who's being boosted, it's his allies around that, and of course the reduction in opportunity for Energy Esports.
That's also why I think Faceless Void is probably one of the strongest carries in the game. Even if the hero's having a bad time, when you have Chrono up and your team has the combo for it, you can just turn.
They actually may have overextended here on Warp. He looked for the fight, found the Legion Commander, but in the end, he had friends. He had the best two possible friends, both the Skywrath Rage Mage and the Snapfire, so they can deal large amounts of burst damage.
So that was very lucky. The Skywrath Mage tome literally arrived to him 15 seconds before that duel came out. So he just hit 6. He was just shy of level 4, just shy of level 5.
They're going to go on to Junaid, and they're doing a good job of just keeping him in place. He does have support though, and this means he's going to be fine. But can they turn this one around? They've committed big on this, but Mental and Addiston, they're still going in. They still want to try and bring down this deck first. He is, for the time being, staying alive. Look how long this man has lasted, but it's all going pear-shaped now, and they do once more push underneath that tower. The aggression from Energy Esports, they're going to take so many scalps here. All for nothing. Energy just ruin XD.
Undying, people need to start banning this hero. Like that was ridiculous. It's 25% damage amplification if he ulties and starts hitting you, and Void Spirit is a hero with very high burst damage. So all Void Spirit's damage there was amped by 25% because of the Undying hitting people. And is it a 40% slow? I might be under correction. Yeah, 40% strength multiplier, and it's a 40% slow on level 1. Like that is 25% amp on this Void Spirit. It's ridiculous.
This is a massive problem, and we've seen Energy do this before when they start getting so many kills, and they just get onto this hyper aggressive kind of, I don't know, just mentality, or they just
smoke up by XD.
Oh, they're gonna walk straight into him. Whelp, of course, doesn't have his ulti available to him this time, and they're gonna back out. Sorry, not Whelp. Thinking about the Undying Mental. It looks like they're able to get out fairly unharmed. The smoke is still active, but.
So I do understand that they're feeling pressure to do things on the map, but this Legion Commander still needs items. He doesn't have face boots yet. We saw yesterday they tried to overplay with their offlaner, and Baron Biceps just kept falling off. So I do understand that he wants to use Duel every time he has it, but in this case I would like Chrono rather being used, and you use your combo and then you disengage, and your Legion Commander just gets like his face boots up, he gets his Blink Dagger up. Like that's another power spike for them. So every time these ultis are up, like obviously XD is strong, but this 8k lead is growing. But even with an 8k lead, a Snapfire Chrono combo or dual Snapfire Skywrath Mage combo will kill you. Do you think we're going to see some early BKBs because of the combos?
I definitely think you're going to want to be able to have something like the Drow be protected, and maybe that's something, but he's going for the Manta, so I take that back actually. I doubt he's going to go Manta and BKB, but Mental wanting to go straight, and they do in fact commit to this kill. Can they kill him in time? He's surviving through, and the Soul Rip brings him straight back up, and now he's turning his attention back to this Legion Commander. They might just be able to turn this. Where's the rest of the team though? They've totally backed off.
There was a little mini skirmish happening middle as well. Oh, there's still a fight going on middle.
Yeah, they still want to take a piece of this now. PKC could line up that Shackle, but being respectful of XD at the moment. So in the end, it's just going to be the Undying that falls. But Addistam, he's in Viz, and he's found a nice, big prey. But it's such a hard hero to kill. They've overcommit to this, but I mean, they say overcommit, they got the kills, so I can't quite overcommit to it. But they're going to go onto the backline. They find both the supports, and they do manage to do a lot of damage to Skywrath. They haven't finished them off, and they're going to be able to turn this one around. Potentially, this is XD's fight. They drop the Reaper Scythe as well, so they do find a big kill onto Addistam's Void, and nothing in it really. They traded out the support. That's never worth it, but at least we've seen XD having an opportunity here now to show what they can do, and that they're still in this game.
So we're seeing a little bit of misplays by Energy. So when the top fight was going on, there was a little skirmish middle as well, where Adam used the target that the slaughter was going on, and that kind of just caused them to disengage. And in this fight as well, he went straight onto the Skywrath Mage, and then he ended up using himself. I don't know if he was trying to dodge the cookie stun, but the cookie didn't come out, and when he came back down, he just set himself up to get stunned and reapered. So small little misplays. Obviously they want to keep applying pressure, but it just needs to be controlled pressure. I do like that this Legion has gotten a kill. He has not bought his face boots yet. I'm not too sure if he's just going to straight go for the Blink Dagger rush so that they can throw combos. But I am scared if you don't have this. Does he have the armor compart for the face boots? Okay, so he at least has an armor. So I was a bit concerned that if he doesn't have the armor, he just blinks and gets dueled and this Drow shreds him. So he does have a bit of a buff.
they have the anti-armor as well from Whelp, so definitely can
Yeah.
just eviscerate them. But I
Stoke up
wanted to
the
mention as
energy.
well, big one is that they have picked up the Greaves as well on the Necro, so he's a lot
Remedy's
less.
in trouble.
Yeah, they do actually manage to find him, and they're going to blink straight on top of him. There's the silence as well. Don't think he's going to be able to survive this one for Chrono or any support coming in.
Oh, he's having a hard time. He's 3k net worth behind this draw already. He is struggling. He's got the Mask of Madness, so his farming speed is going up. But look at his item build. He's feeling so much. He's feeling so pressured. He's going straight BKB afterwards, which I think is necessary. He needs some form of purge. This Void Spirit's already got a Yules. He's going Deso next. So Adam going to all Yules into Deso build. No Ags yet. He'll probably prioritize Ags after the Deso, and they're taking Roche. Slot out Drow. This is going to be very quick Roche. I also do think XD knows this Roche is going out, but they just decided not to contest it. Why wouldn't they contest? No, if they knew, they would have contested. But they lost their Void, so that was probably why.
Maybe just respect. I mean, he's only entering the map now, so Remedy would not have been able to. He also has a Mask of Madness up, so he can do some damage. If he gets his procs and time lock, he's going to hurt something. But he might be the one who gets hurt here. He doesn't. I don't think he sees this. Yeah, he has no idea this is going on. He's farming right underneath a couple of the energy squad, and Whelp, well, he's got that blink dagger, so he can make very quick movements onto Remedy.
I'm a little bit concerned with the state of mind from XD at the moment. I'm just assuming, obviously, but Remedy has decided to take the 8 strength and 10 as the talent, so that kind of shows that he's concerned that he's not going to stay alive long enough. The 12 damage is obviously significant, especially if you get your time lock out. So there is, when faces Void, you want damage, and he's going BKB next, so that damage is not going to come for a little bit. So I do expect him to go Mask of Madness BKB into an MKB, because then he can either kill this Wind Ranger easily, he can kill someone in Chrono. Whelp is playing so aggressively. He's giving so much intel. Like, he's casting these ultis not just to like try and kill someone, but it's just intel, making sure that the corrosive haze is on the target. And XD is holding hands. You can see they're feeling this pressure.
Well, XD right now, it does feel like the net is closing, and it's all got to do with the positioning of energy. You can just see they're basically making it so that the map is played only on one side, limiting the farm opportunity. Remedy is doing the right thing. They're moving to the other side of the map, but once again, look at it. Sorry, look at XD on the other side of the map, but look at energy coming forward here once more, pressuring this tier 2.
I would like to see him use his Chrono. I do understand that he needs BKB.
Maybe forced to here. The fight does break out. Junaid in the front lines. Once again, such a hard hero to bring down, but he's been silenced. Gets a little bit of help from the Snapper, but he's still down. The Chrono was thought about. Remedy animation cancelled that one. Backed off, and it was the right move because they were in a spot of trouble there. But Time Walk's back up, so he can look for this engagement again. But it's so tough. Deppy on the back line is just pegging away at this tower now. He knows he's safe. He's got these chunky fellows that can re-engage her. And of course, the slot on the back lines. Oh, hold on. They've got out a big one. That's a huge pick, in fact. Can they turn this one around? Mortimer's Kisses pushing back energy at the moment. And they want a little bit more. Remedy going on to the front line. He can Chrono now, surely. He goes on the other side of the stun from
Good shackle.
He's alive, but on the back lines, it's Deppy just plowing into XD at the moment. Jay will survive a little longer. Silenced up though, and we still have Whelp aggressively turning to the Legion commander here. They've lost their Void, they've probably lost this fight, but they do get off the Reaper side onto TKC. Once more, Whelp goes back and tries to finish the job. Junaid stayed alive for so long, but he will fall now. 3 for 2 at the moment. Whelp considering more. This is just the support alive. But it looks like they're going to be satisfied for now. They're going to collect the ruins, maybe try to bring down this tower. I think they do have the... Probably do have it in them. They really want it, but 13 seconds till the Void's back up. That's a lot quicker than you might expect.
That shackle by TKC was on point. He was about to use the Chrono. He was about to drop that Chrono, and I think it would have secured them another kill. But I'm going to say this as well. This Aegis that the Drow has turned the whole fight. Because Drow was below half HP, and this Necrophos kept looking to Reaper her. Oh, wait.
Hold on, Remedy just go back, and they use it entirely on the Whelp starter, and they're going to try to get a little bit more out of it. Remedy will go down again, though, just as he respawns, and it looks like it's going to get a little bit worse as well. XD trying to keep their LC alive, but there's nothing in it. So they do lose another 2. They find a kill onto Whelp, but it's at the cost of 2 cores again.
Yeah, no, that's rough. And this Aegis on the Drow is causing so much conflict at the moment. The Necrophos, if he did not have Aegis, he would have ulted the Drow that last fight, and Depi would have been gone. But it's just because he's got this Aegis that they don't want to use the big spells on him. Even there in the mid lane, he could have decided to chrono the Drow, but they knew it's just going to be a wasted chrono to pop the Aegis, and then you have to play on the back foot until you have chrono again. So they got something out of it. I don't think throwing your life at it is worth. But obviously they thought they could get in and out with the Snapfire cookie and the Time Walk.
Problematic for XT at the moment. And as we mentioned, that also, by the way, started with the pick on Adestam. Actually, beautiful work. They found him out. They dropped the LC LT onto him with that Skywrath Mage combination. But even then, we saw almost like a flash of what we saw Sin 5 do so well, which is backing out of the fight, coming back in, and picking the right time for that engagement. And I think that bodes very well for Energy fans right now, because it's one of the big things that I think Sin 5 had over Energy early on. Remember that moment could be really significant, not just in this game, but in the entire outcome of this tournament.
Yeah, so I do think this Aegis is a big advantage. It has timed, so Depi has lost the Aegis, and they're looking to fight because they know Chrono is on cooldown. Chrono is still 57 seconds away. They've caught the
back onto Junaid. Remember, they're coming from the sidelines. Support might still be able to make it in time. They really want it, but the damage is there, the control is there, and they will bring down that Necrophos. And he's been such a thorn on the sidelines, so they do find a huge pickup. But can they convert this? They are just beaming down once more onto XC. They should be able to find the kill on both the Void and the Snapfire. And Adestam, well, back with a vengeance right now, and they look like they're not quite done yet. Whelp wants a little bit extra for his trouble. He's going to track down the Skywrath. It goes the wrong way. Does find him on the last hit, though. Animation cancels, and he does, in fact, leave the kill to the Windrunner. TKC says, listen, I want to kill. Says sorry. I don't think he feels sorry. He's got his MKB off that.
So the Whelp is pretty big on the slaughter. Phase boots, drums. He's got a full hood with his blink dagger. He hasn't queued up anything next yet, but this slaughter is doing a lot of work in these fights. It's completely destroying this Void. It's setting up good shackle shots for the Wind Ranger. And Void is just being pressured all over the map. I don't know if this BKB is going to help him at this stage, because he's just going to get startup bashed and still corrosive hazed, and this Drow is going to melt him. They did get Depi there, which is a good sign. That if you can blow up the highest farmed hero in the game with one combo, then there is some still good signs. And they have the tools for it. They just need to keep using them. Wait for the Skywrath Mage ulti, wait for the duel.
Wolf actually saw the LC, but he decides against it. He was able to blink away, keep himself secure, but they knew exactly where he was.
Faces Void is very close to his BKB. I don't know if it's going to sway this game. It's 23 minutes in, your Void's got Mask of Madness and no BKB yet. But if they can just keep playing with their combos, pick, get farm on these heroes. And they don't have a bad high ground. Snapfire can defend pretty well. Legion Commander with overwhelming odds can defend pretty well. And you have Necrophos that can stand in the front. So
I do think that's a big point to make, is that, of course, Energy have total map control right now. You can see just the Void out farming. The only reason he's likely even taking such a daring risk is because he's looking to farm out that BKB, and I'm sure any second out we're going to see that come on. I'm sure he buys this out. He's not going to say for buy. Yeah, he did. So, as you were mentioning though, coming up this high ground, that's going to be really, really challenging, and it's a different set of problems for Energy. If they decide to take the high ground push too soon, then they're going to start losing some of their lead.
So I would also...
Duel coming out here. They don't manage to finish the job, but they did find Depi. Can they finish him off? It would be big. He actually gets a kill onto the Skywrath Mage, but look at the damage. Not quite there. Depi survives.
That was touch and go, eh? That was very close. One more Motorbik kiss hit there, and he was 100% dead.
But looks like the fight's going to happen on the backlines. Well, very aggressive. Dove does have the support from TKC, but they're not able to finish the job on the Void. They will get the stun off onto the Snapfire, and they should be able to finish this fairly cheaply in the end, and do just that.
Oh, that is rough. So losing 3 heroes back to back, did not get the kill on the Drow Ranger. I still think it's the right idea. XD need to make those plays to stay in this game. If they just start playing passively, like, the game is going to be over. The Drow kill was touch and go, it didn't happen. But if they got that kill and they lost these 3, at least you're taking the pos 1 off the map and you're trying to get some form of scaling going. I would like to see XD try and get some wards done by the Roche pit. because Energy is not going to be going high ground before they have Roche again. So you can see Deppy's already scouting it. They want this Roche before they go high ground. And XD has the team fight at a Roche pit. You don't want to be caught in the pit with a Chrono, Snapfire ulti, Skyreth Mage ulti, Legion Commander can deal someone else. So if they get some Roche vision up and they play for this Roshan fight, they can definitely turn this game. I feel that is a crucial point that they can turn this game at.
It's going to happen soon because bear in mind the big man is up on the deck. Roshan is available should Energy decide they want it, but of course they'll look for some other kind of advantage for going into that. They'll look for that pick off, as you mentioned. They need it, but they need something else first, and they might just find Junaid on the front lines. They look for it, and they do manage to find him. They tag him immediately, but they back off. Wolf doesn't want a part of this, and the control there. I'll describe this as trigger control. He was right on top of him, beside I don't want this fight. Backing off, and it was the right choice because Remedy was there, BKB in hand, fresh and big, but they do this time going age. They're going to send Mental in front, and look at the stun! Look at the damage! Wolf and Adistab just plow through XD, but the ulti does come out from it. He's trying to find something on the back foot, but the Chrono was wasted, and Junaid, I don't care how tanky you are, but you're getting out of that. That's just not realistic right now. And XD do force 2 buybacks, but no Chrono, and they go straight back in. They don't get the Yules off. I think it was a bit of a misplay there by Adistam, but they find yet another kill. And they're going to punish XD for this one. They have very few options to deal with this.
He used Chrono and BKB there, and then just ran away from his Chrono. That is the worst case scenario that could have happened. Like, he Chronoed, the Snapfire went down, he realized he didn't have damage into Chrono, and he backed away. I think the back away is the right call, but with the Snapfire
again,
down.
so aggressive, goes back in onto that Snapfire. They realize getting a kill here might just be the game because those buybacks were used. Bear in mind, the only buybacks in the game belong to the side of Energy at the moment. Starter, Wind Ranger, and the Undying. So kills now mean heroes are dead for a long time.
They're going Roshan. Like, they know there's no Chrono. The threat in this Roche fight is not there anymore, and their career is in the pit there as well, so they are scouting it. Deppy had his career in the pit the whole time. And this Roche is going to go down extremely quick. Like, extremely quick. TKC on the Wind Ranger has brown boots and an MKB.
We actually see this build a little bit now from Energy as well. I think they did it before. So, it's been fairly, you know, hey, just get that out. And that's what matters. Their damage is exceptional right now.
Yeah,
and once again, they're fighting into this Deppy Aegis. And we saw, I mean, you kept mentioning about how influential it was. And now they have the exact same advantage. This time they have a 30k or almost 30k lead.
Yeah, 30k, even with the combos that they have on their heroes, that's a rough go. Deppy does have a BKB now, so if he's quick on the fingers and he can now play much more aggressive because he can use the Aegis as basically a first shield, and then the moment the Aegis drops, he can pop his BKB and he will kill 1 or 2 targets. He's got a lot of damage. He's hitting for 264, and he's got a Grove Bow. And does someone have a telescope on their team as well? I just saw a telescope come
Hold on. Welp goes straight back in. They found him. Look at the damage. Does he survive? Only just, but you can see that threat is there. And look at Adistam hiding out in the corner. He knows he can also get a jump. Also has the cheese. Setting up those remnants. He doesn't want anyone to catch him out here. But he is in position.
So that's the tankiest hero on XD side at the moment. It's Junaid on this Necro. And a Slaughter combo took him beyond half HP.
Oh, Adistam goes straight in the back. Does back off though. He's dealing a little bit of chip damage, but he doesn't want to commit to that fight just yet.
So Adam has the Ags up, which is another problem now. Your Void will have to preemptively BKB to try and get that silence off, and he can still get Corrosive Phase, he can get Shackle Shot in the duration wears off.
Oh, they go back in and once more Junaid so much over. In comes the Void, didn't manage to catch up the Drow, but only the Drow. Look at TKC on the side, attaches himself to him. Remedy has to back off again from the LT. Adistam finishes off one of the sports in the back line, probably wants a little bit more, goes after the LC as well, and TKC's there, the Yules, they're going to buy them enough time to tag him up and finish the job. They're going to bring down the Skywrath, they're going to bring down the game because there's nothing left in it, and the GG is in fact called by XD.
That Ags on the Void.
1 game away from securing a grand finals matchup here in the Telkom DGL, the Telkom VS Gaming, Dota 2 championships, and wow,
that was dominant.
So good as well.
That was dominant. That was very dominant. It was very clean by them. The Void Spirit, even though he had unfavorable matchup in the mid lane, he still got his farm. He got his items at a good time. But the laning phase just went pear-shaped. Like the Slardite just bullied this faceless void way too much. So, like I said in the game, it is a lane counter, but the way he was bullied and then hunted on the map was just too much. But well played by Energy Esports. That was a extremely well performance.
All right, well, we're going to rest our lungs for just a moment as we get ready for the second matchup. But don't worry, you won't be alone. We will throw it back to our panel to give you their thoughts on this first matchup.
Guys, we there towards the end said XD was going to take it, and then it turns out no, we're wrong. Energy took it. What's your thoughts on the game, guys? Well, that was insane. Energy just looked so dominant.
It's exactly what Halbert just said, right? It's that laning phase. XT's laning phase just wasn't on par with what Energy brought to the table, and then having to go with, you have your combos. You need to wait for your level 6s, but you want to get your combos off. You have Chronosphere, but your Skywrath Mage is level 2. You have level 4 on just your Snapfire. You're roaming. You're trying to get kills, but Energy. I mean that Undying and Drow lane is just so powerful. And the Void Spirit was actually a perfect pickup for them, even though he didn't do well in the matchup, like they said. But it was perfect for them in the end, because once they got the jump, he just closed out whatever was left. He was just mopping them up. So draft wise, I would say XD definitely had it. Execution wise, Energy was just on point.
Phoenix, you were saying something interesting about the Faceless Void while we were off stream. You said it wasn't a bad pickup. It just, you said there was. Just refresh my mind. What did you exactly say?
So it depends on the player. Like a lot of players, especially I think what we've seen now is they cannot greed this chrono. They can't wait for like, okay, I want to chrono 3 or 4 heroes. They need to constantly get that spell off cooldown as much as they can, because it's a spell that kills someone instantly if they have the right combo, and then they can say, okay, I've done this, now I can go back and farm. Instead, he's holding it for like maybe 5 minutes straight and unable to do it. But I also think it's because of the laning stages, where you look at the Skywrath, who is still level 2, while the Drow is almost level 6, and the Snapfire is level 3. Like, I think it's just purely your laning stages cannot go as rough as this.
One thing we mentioned, sorry, was that how much the kills mean in the laning phase, especially. So when the update came out, it made contesting the first ruin a lot more difficult, because just before that, you couldn't really contest. You could contest the ruin, and even dying for the ruin for made a lot of sense, or it wasn't as punished as it is now, giving away the kills. And now when you're in the laning phase, 6 minutes into the laning phase, and you're down 4-0, and the fifth one followed up shortly after that, you're giving away so much more. It's just so much harder for you to come back with that, just based off of what kills mean in the meta right now, and how the rubber band is not as big as it was. And it started closing the window pretty early for them. I mean, you still need to get that big combo off. You need to get the Chronosphere and just get your combos off. But it felt like for XD playing on the back foot, even going with the smoke gank and doing it was something that was just out of their control. It wasn't even an option. They just constantly had to try and get farm, but I think they had to try and move as 5, but it was so difficult for them with Energy just pushing up the lanes and everything, getting all the pickoffs. And again, just if you give those kills away early, it's going to make your life so much worse when going into the mid game. When you have your combo, right? They have their combo mid game. That's when they want to fight. They go, we want to go mid game. And Energy just said straight up, from laning phase, we're going to dominate you and push you to the point where you want it to be is going to be extended by 5-6 minutes, and then you're not going to get there in time.
Nemi, if you were sitting in that draft and you just played, and this just happened, nothing worked to your favor, what would you think is a hero that should have changed, or 2 heroes that should have changed? What would you have done a bit differently to make the game go more to advantage if you were on the XD side?
I think, like, looking back at this point, the Undying or the Drow, it's just gotta go. Like, that was just absolutely ridiculous, completely diabolical. You gotta get rid of it. It's too strong, can't handle it. And I think if you want to make a change on your team, you got to change up that Faceless Void. The impact wasn't felt, just didn't play around it nicely. I think that one, you got to change it up. Maybe a Sven, you could put in a life stealer, just something different, and maybe something a little bit more with tempo, not playing around that one huge ultimate that you're putting all your dependency on, all those eggs in that one basket, which just didn't come through.
Guys, what are your final thoughts on this? What stood out? What do you think Energy is on the right track? Do you think XD needs to change something up? Do you think its next match is going to be Energy? What do you think? What's your final thoughts, guys?
I kind of just want to see Energy or XD play a better laning phase. I think that's what we'd all say is just prepare for a better laning phase, and then you guys should be fine going mid game and late game.
Yeah, because looking at XD's laning stages, I don't think they could do anything. Even if they had not a Void, even if they had a Sven, I don't think anything would have changed because each hero was just weaker than Energies. Like Undying, I think is just way too strong, and Slaughter just dominated in lane as well.
Yeah. All right, guys, we're gonna go to a little video just for you. I hope you guys enjoy.
Waiting championship for absolute fantastic Team Fortress League. Atmosphere is absolutely, it has been grueling. We're gonna see who comes on top.
Wait, what am I saying?
What was the line? A commentator. I am Jabba. I am a commentator.
Oh wait, repeat the question. Repeat that.
Do you think we'd see a more interesting selection of heroes and whatnot from Broad, and maybe something a little bit more serious? Great. So on that note, yeah, we will get straight into the action. And you saw it there. The sky is the limit. I mean, we're sitting with Nemi here on this panel, and I think Nemi, I think those words speak loudly to you because I mean, new player coming into the Dota scene, seeing these big titans playing out on the screen today. I mean, you just want to go up there and reach for the stars. Am I right?
Absolutely. Couldn't have said it better myself.
All right, guys, gonna go into game 2 very soon. Energy Esports versus XD. We saw a dominating first game from Energy Esports. Guys, do we want to see XD take this one so we can have a game 3?
I think like one of the things we did mention was Energy was actually the ones to ban out the Vengeful Spirit in the first banning phase, and then they still picked up the Undying and then the Drow after that. So if you're not preparing for that, you should probably just if you were able to ban out the Undying as your second ban, and maybe just leave in something that you probably could play against a bit better, it makes a lot of sense. Banning out something like Drow, Nemi did mention it doesn't feel right when you're playing against it, or when you're doing it as a drafter, but it makes a lot of sense that you kind of have to consider it now going into game number 2 at least, because this is the game you have to start winning, and you have to eliminate those strong lanes. I think like also planning for your stronger lanes, your stronger offlane heroes. Maybe we do see the Clockwork Bloodseeker finally going out into this lane, because it is one of the best lanes to go against the Drow. Once you just initiate onto the Drow, Bloodseeker can throw the silence, and anyone trying to rescue the Drow is just going to get silenced. So, and take quite a lot of damage. And once you have the Rupture up, you have all of that, it feels like it plays a lot better than what the offlane combo XD had in this game, at least. So if you are going to leave the Drow and that Undying or even the Venge in there, at least just prepare for it a lot better.
No, 100% agreed. 100% agreed. Guys, like Phoenix, if you're XD right now, you're one game away from, like, I wouldn't say going home because you're sitting home now this year, but I mean, technically going home, losing your shot at the grand final. Do you think that's like more pressure on their shoulders, or do you think like there's a level of calmness? I mean, can you be calm in a situation like this?
So it depends on the team, per se. Like if a team is the goal driven, like they want to be the best of the best, they obviously will feel very pressured. But in terms of people that want to at least be known, or at least experience wise, like my team, we were calm throughout the whole time. We kind of knew we were the underdogs. We didn't expect much, and we got as far, so we were happy, but we didn't necessarily get pressured or feel negative towards the end. And I think in this point, I think the players here are going to be very pressured because they do want something out of this, though.
No, I 100% agree. Nemi, would you feel any pressure there? Would you think there's like anyone should feel any pressure? Do you think Energy should feel more confident, or do you think they're just going to focus up?
I feel like, I mean, Energy coming off that, they should feel very confident. They just really pulled it out the bag there. That was spectacular. We want to say like there shouldn't be pressure, but there is pressure. It's not something you want to have, but it's always there. It's always kind of lurking at the bottom. So what you want to be doing is just chilling, just talking, your friends, playing Dota. Keep that mentality. Stop thinking, oh my word, we're going to get eliminated. Oh my word, this is going to come third. This is such a big moment. Just focus in the now, be together, play together, and try and wipe that game 1 from memory and come into game 2 fresh.
I think that's one of the things that you could like elaborate on as well, is going into the game. What you're talking about now, is it the point where you go, okay, we pull out the ace in the hole and just go full blown, all pressure, all everything riding on this one game, or do you go with a bit more comfort picks? What are you guys talking about when it gets to this point where you go, we kind of still want to save the ace for the finals, but we also really, really, really have to win this game? Do you go ace, or do you just go with comfort and hope the comfort carries you all the way to the final?
I think you go for the ace at this point. I mean, you're 1 game away from elimination. You just got to win. You put it all on the line. Just go for it. Don't try and get too smart for your own good. Try and keep on that train and hope that it just carries you through. You've got to make a big play at this point. Otherwise, you are going home.
I think the most important though is just have fun at this point instead.
I mean, can you have fun at this high tier level? I mean, I think always have fun. I mean, we've seen great Titans overseas, like OG, just having fun at it. But like, what if that you're at this high stress level? How do you remember to still have fun, guys? What would you do just to remember to have fun? What is like a coping mechanism for this?
I think it's the people you play with, like people you can always act normal, play normal, be normal, like, and be yourself. Like I think OG is the biggest example. They just had fun in the international and they won. I think in the international true side, they even said they weren't taking it seriously. But in all honesty, they probably were, but they 99% of the time they were just having fun. And I think that's the biggest part of this. You need to enjoy the game in order to boost your confidence, in order to like do anything in the game. If you're being negative, it affects your gameplay a lot.
Yeah. Guys, so prior to the match, of course, you have the coin flip and you have to pick which side you want to start. We now saw XD starting on the Dire side and then Energy being on the Radiant side. tell me, now they have to switch. What would you guys prefer to start off? Because of course you switch after each match. Do you think like this was the plan? Do you think there's going to be a difference? What would you guys prefer to start on and end off on?
I think it depends on the draft. What are you going into this with? We did mention like Shadow Fiend does have a bit of he plays. It feels like he plays a bit better when you're on the Dire side than on the Radiant. Not necessarily the case 100% though, but it feels a bit better. So maybe just going for, depending on what draft you're going, you probably kind of have a preference for. I'd say the mid laner is probably the most pressured by this, but the rest aren't that really affected by it.
So, from experience, I prefer the Dire side from two perspectives: from the save lane because it's easier to pull, and whereas stacking as well is also very important. And for especially for a mid laner, Dire is way easier. You can double stack, you can even triple stack if you're playing it right. But it's the pulling. Like in safe lane for Radiant, it's incredibly hard for them to pull properly and even stack a camp. Whereas Dire is so quick and easy.
All right, guys. We are about to go into match number 2. Let the drafting phase begin. Let us see.
XD versus Energy Esports Game 2.
All right, so one of the weirdest things coming out right now is obviously this ban from XD. Usually we see something like the Pugna in that stage, but it is going to be the Puck and the Clockwork. So XD kind of expecting something way different from them in terms of the draft. Maybe this is the ace, but banning out that and then the Undying ban from Energy. Do we see the Vengeful Spirit being picked up?
I think it's open. I think at this point you got to take it, and that Undying gone for XD. You're sitting there, you're very happy. You know, you really just got destroyed by that, so you're very happy that's gone. The Clockwork ban makes a lot of sense, but yeah, definitely this Puck is way out there, and the Lena, that is an SA special right there.
One of the things we did mention was Pugna at this stage, right? Because we do have one of the best Pugna players in the country in the hands of Whelp. Vengeful Spirit, the one we did say, is probably going to get picked up. We have Whelp on Pugna, probably the best in the country, and that's why people weren't letting him through. Is that something you're considering right now? Or is it something you're going, okay, let's wait for the second phase? And what do you're picking this? You're probably expecting the Drow with that Vengeful Spirit. Do you just pick up Drow now, or wait and give it to XD?
Radiant team pick.
I think they will give it to XD because I think at this point they know the Drow's weakness, they know the Drow's strength as well. I think they will just give it to them and say you can pick it, and we will just show you how to counter it.
Energy picking up that Warlock. Phoenix, is that the hero you want in your lane, or?
Oh.
So I will pick a Spectre. Yeah, I would just pick a Warlock Spectre right now because the laning stages for Warlock Spectre is just incredible. You cannot kill that Spectre ever unless you have like 3 heroes on top of him.
And then the Kunkka being banned out. Okay, so this is a very good lane for Energy, obviously opting to go for a bit later than what XD normally necessarily want to go for. So the bans should probably be focused on the mid lane. We do have Magnus, Tiny, the what was the other hero that we did mention being picked up a lot? Oh, that was Vengeance Drow. So okay. In terms of their bans now, you don't want to go up against a team that goes mid-game fight. So what are you banning?
I think you still ban the Void Spirit. Like, I still think it's such a good hero in any case. Even for Energy right now, I think it's still a strong hero.
5 seconds remaining.
And
yeah, I
then
think obviously with this Enchantress, the Bloodseeker still in the pool, and absolutely this Pugna. So a lot to consider. They're going to ban out the Wind Ranger there.
Are you banning out push heroes, or are you banning out the team fight heroes? That's one of the bigger questions. Like Sand King was one of the heroes that was also opted a lot for when everyone was just team fighting the whole time. So is that one of the heroes you're looking out for in this draft? Or are you kind of going, we don't want to play up against the bigger heroes? Like, again, I have to keep focusing on or hammering this point that the Magnus and the Tiny not being picked up as much as you'd expect in this meta. The Drow, obviously a very good meta, but we're not seeing that Tiny and that Magnus as much as you would think we would.
I would love to see a Magnus here with the Spectre farms very slowly, especially with this new build going drums, Manta. You're not getting a Radiant, so you don't have just that big farming item. Some people go Blade Mail just to increase their farm. So I think the Magnus just it makes a lot of sense in that draft. And for XD, I think you want to ban out teamfight heroes. Like they banned the SK, that makes a lot of sense. They got the Warlock, the Fatal Bonds, it just does 1 million damage. You already have Spectre, so that's going to hurt. So you need to get rid of that team fight before it just completely overwhelms.
So if you are XD, you kind of are expecting the Magnus, right? Because you did mention it works very well with Spectre. If they do get the great RP off, the Warlock's just going to annihilate you. And then, well, he's going to Fatal Bonds and then throw the rock down, stuns everyone. Spectre just gets a lot of damage in. It's just chaos. And you already have heroes that are not as tanky as the rest. So do the Energy gets pick as well? So do they just pick up the Magnus now? Or do you kind of have to play around and see what XD bring to the table in the next pick?
I think there's nothing to be cautious of here, especially because it's a flex here. You can put it mid, you can put it +5, you can move it around quite a bit. You can even put it +3. I see no reason not to pick it up here.
It's going to be the Tusk +4 for them. Tusker are a good hero that lanes well with Magnus as well. So Tusker are a good hero that just lanes overall. A roaming hero, so definitely a hero you want to look out for when you're playing mid. Overall, just a very good position for the side of Energy. That
Gonna bring
means
some save. Snowball. Very nice.
Yeah, definitely in the mid-game fights. So very good pickup for Energy side. Again, Magnus, one of the heroes that could still be picked up for Energy. I wouldn't be surprised if they pick up the Undying. Oh, sorry, not the Undying, the Bloodseeker still in this matchup. It's still pretty good. I guess it comes down to what XD bring into the offlane, right? Because that's a safe lane combo as well. So what are you expecting if you XD, what do you want in your offlane against the Spectre Warlock?
Someone who just kind of destroys that lane. I think Spectre's lane is, I mean, it's strong with the Warlock. You've got a lot of sustain. I just look just a lot of damage, or someone who can just consistently just bully him straight out of that lane, even through all of that sustain.
Is that the Underlord?
This could be the Underlord. You could do a Legion again. Maybe you're not feeling it, but I think it would definitely work. That Bloodseeker also is still quite viable. A lot of options they can go for here. You could also just focus again on a pairing, like just get a strong offlane pairing.
I'm just surprised to see no Faceless Void.
Yeah, I mean, completely passed up here.
Yeah, like not a ban, not a pickup. That's pretty interesting for this tournament. Oh, finally, we get the Elder Titan.
Where's Traxian? Where's Traxian now? Yeah. He finally gets that Eldar Titan, and it is going to be, it seems like it's a POS 5, but it could still be the POS 3. We did mention Eldar Titan does really, really well in that regard as well. So we could even see a POS 4 Magnus in the sense for XD now, but it's going to be the Pugna. That's Whelp Pugna, one of the heroes that we did mention you don't want to let through, and XD actually do let it through.
I'm excited to see this Pugna go. Like, I am extremely excited for the match right now. That's going to be a destructive Pugna.
So,
yeah, and this Elder Titan, I love this a lot. I think it makes a lot of sense. Phoenix was saying, kind of in the game, that Elder Titan is one of the few heroes he's encountered which counters Drow, and also it does so much damage. It will bully that Spectre straight out of lane, no matter what. And I'm also very excited for this Pugna. I've never got to see it. It's been banned every game. So
with good reason, you'll see.
Phoenix, what are you thinking? What do you think XD needs to now pull out of the bag to play against this Pugna?
I think they just need another lane domino, right? Like, the Warlock Spectre is such a strong combo. Like, Legion is not going to do anything to it. So the Altan was a brilliant pick. I just think they just need another hero that just runs at them. So I think something like maybe a Treant Protector, or even a Rubik that just constantly harasses. Something that just pushes into them instead of saying, okay, I want to be here with you, and I just want to farm with you.
I mean, that's considering if the Elder Titan's POS 3, right? But we could see Mars even. Yeah, there we go.
It's Mars.
So
wow, timing, huh?
Yeah, like it makes sense to have something that's even a bit tanky. And Mars's Spear is one of the abilities that just hammers any kind of carry in the lane. So a very good pickup for them. Very good synergy with Elder Titan. So yeah, Mars making a lot of sense here for XD. Now banning out the mid heroes, because this is obviously Whelp in the offlane. Pugna, we're not even, in most cases we consider it, right? Throwing around into mid or the offlane. But this is hands down the offlane Pugna.
Can we just quickly please appreciate XD's height differences there? Like how clean that is?
What's the highest
That is
hero next to
beautiful.
Mars? I don't think there is one.
No, but like the Venge and then the Drow.
Blake's Prophet is maybe higher, just a bit higher. And then they have like
Got that
cool.
staff, you know.
Yeah.
10 seconds remaining.
So I'm pointing out a quick change up here from XD, recognizing the lanes from the last game, a big issue, and this game, these lanes are dominant. Venge, Drow, Elder Titan, Mars. You know, you're really going to be applying so much pressure there. So we're looking especially for XD to win the laning stage and carry that further.
So in the mid lanes, the Invoker being banned out for XD does make a lot of sense, but I do think they need some sort of good initiation for their side as well. If they're going to fight mid game and give the Spectre space to farm, they should be looking at that, which again, Magnus makes a whole lot of sense to them. He's obviously not too powerful in the mid lane still, but he does make sure to get those last hits in. He does have the 2 camps that he can farm still if he does have his cleave up, so a very good hero in the mid lane. I think if you're XD, that's the one here you should be banning, and just the rest you can deal with. You can deal with the TA, you can deal with anything like the Storm Spirit, Void Spirit, one of the heroes we did mention they should be banning out, and it's going to be the Huskar for them.
To me, this just says melee, right? Melee mid laner. You ban Huskar, you're thinking melee mid laner.
So they're thinking Magnus, XD?
They're either thinking Magnus or I would have said Kunkka, but I see it's banned now.
Bloodseeker could be. Lycan mid, we haven't seen it that often though.
Ember Spirit, I think the Void Spirit is still in this pool.
Yeah, I think it's more that Void Spirit, right? It has to be.
Yeah,
I mean, if Void Spirit gets picture, it just confirms how like reliant Void Spirit is right now.
I mean, again, another thing was the Ember Spirit is a very good one, and Templar Assassin. I don't think that was the ban for energy, but they're just saying they don't want to play against it. Pugna, Spectre, Warlock. You don't want to have that instant one shot being thrown at you if you do play against it. So just an extra precaution. And they're saying, you know, whatever you guys do want to throw against us, we can play against it, especially if it is this melee that you want to go. Void Spirit, Ember Spirit, anything like that makes sense.
Like reserve time here.
Whoa.
What?
And they picked the Drow Venge Dusa combo.
Okay.
There is synergy for days here.
And they have very good frontline.
Interesting. XD is coming in hard. They don't want to go home.
10 seconds.
Or well, stay home.
This might be very greedy, but I think you just have a lot of synergy here with the Drown Medusa. You don't actually even need these items with the Mars. You kind of force people to turn around, pegging them inside that ultimate. The Medusa can just stand there and hit people. And I'm not entirely sure how the mechanic works, but it's possible that the Drow Medusa can hit in, but the enemy can't hit out.
Yes, yes, that is true. So one of the things I think that XD told themselves was, okay, so Energy want to go late, and the only way we go really late with our combo is picking up this Medusa, because if we don't end it mid-game, we do need something that can still fight. Forcing them to build, I don't know, something as simple as Diffusal. It's not really Diffusal heroes. So, I mean, maybe we have seen in the past in pro teams Tusker picking up a Diffusal, because when he does get that punch off, it does drain a lot of mana, but not something I'd consider right now. But I think that was the only thing for XD going, okay, we need to be able to at least play a bit later than the mid game, and at least be able to fight when the initiation comes in with Spectre, and then we just press R on Medusa, reset, and go for it.
Let's see what happens here. Storm Spirit. Okay, guys, what are the predictions for match 2? What are you thinking, Fire? XD or Energy?
Okay, we do have like Whelp on the Pugna. It makes a lot of sense, right? I don't know. The draft for me is again XD. But it's going to come down to this execution. And I'm going to give XD this one again.
Nemi, Phoenix, what do you guys think before we give over to the casters?
Again, XD draft is beautiful, like really beautiful. I'd love to see it come together, but I think Energy is going to pull it off much nicer. So I'm going to back Energy on this one.
I fully agree with Nemi. The draft is so much stronger on XD, but again, it comes to the laning stages. If you have that point where your safe laner is just under leveled, then it's just going to go downhill from there.
All right. I'm a bit sad that XD has broken the height level, but it's okay. We are going to go right into this match, and it's going to be casted by our beautiful casters. Take it away, Halbert and Not a Hero.
Right, I must say I'm incredibly excited for this one. XD going with something a little interesting here with the Medusa. I'm a little bit worried about how greedy that lineup might be. Not a hero?
I agree, especially with this Tusk, Pugna, and Storm Spirit. These heroes are going to be fight ready when they hit their sixes. Your Tusk is just going to be rolling at you the whole game. The Pugna will be a massive problem, like it's a wild Pugna. And then you have Adam on the Storm Spirit, which they don't have much to deal with. Like you've got Mass Spear and Drow Silence. He can disjoint the Venge Stun. So there's a lot to deal with the Storm Spirit. I don't know if they're going to be trying to build some Rod of Atoses or something, but I think Energy's draft has got high tempo from like level 6, and then the Spectre can choose to join the fights when he wants to. All the players have DC'd.
Oh. Okay.
Can
well,
we pause, Halbert? It's not allowing me to pause. The admin will have to pause.
It does. I think there's a rehost. I think
A
check.
rehost.
Hey, keeping
Rehost.
us. Okay, let's go. Yeah. Looks like we're going to be rehosting, guys. So we will jump straight back in a second. Keeping us on our toes here, not a hero.
Yeah. So but yeah, I think Energy's draft is going to be strong from 6 and then onwards, where you're going to want to have farm on this Medusa. You're going to want to have farm on the Drow Ranger, and it's going to be hard to catch the Storm. Like Storm can jump this Drow. If he has a BKB or Yules, he can kind of just like not worry about the silence. And you can dodge all the Titan Stomp. He can dodge the Venge Stun, and it's an Adam Storm Spirit. So.
I'm so excited to see that. I was going to say, like, I lost my train of thought there for a moment when all of a sudden we were met by all the players have disconnected. But the lobby is up, so we're not going to be wasting any time. We're just waiting for the last people to join in, and we'll be hitting things up any second. But I'm really excited
pass
to
to the lobby, please, Albert.
No problem. All yours. Okay, but I'm really excited to see this Adestam Storm Spirit. It feels like one of those heroes that can be incredibly exciting on, and just the nature of the hero is so exciting as well. So I do think that we're in for a real treat here. And although we've made you wait just a little bit longer for it, it's going to be
broadcast channels there, Albert.
It's up. You just need to jump in.
I cannot see it.
Just click on any of the channels, and you'll see me. I'm in the top left.
Okay, there we
All
go.
Right, good, fantastic. Admin aside, let's get stuck into this. Right now, we are in fact ready to rumble here. The games, the R's are waiting. XD versus NG for real this time, coming your way. So, your thoughts on the draft? I mean, I was spamming on about how exciting Storm Spirits are. Anything else you want to add?
So I have played against the Wild Pugna before, and I have told my team since that day, and it was about a year ago, that we are never giving that man Pugna ever again. It is the most irritating, most nuisance hero that he can play. It is absolutely annoying. He builds a 4-staff, so he can't get locked down. He takes the movement speed talent, and it's a skeleton with genie shoes, Halberd. A little skeleton with genie shoes that you just can't catch, especially if your draft does not have a lot of stuns.
Does he grant wishes?
Well, Energy's wishes. I don't think he's going to be granting any wishes for XD today. Wishes of death.
That's the thing. Genies are generally bad. You know, we always think about like Aladdin and that kind of thing. Genies are actually they're the bad guys. They're demons.
I'm excited about this Tusk pick though. I'm a big Tusk player. He's the Snowball from Cobalt, and this Tusk Pugna combo. It's a strong lane. If Venge gets caught off guard, he's going to die. If this Drow Ranger gets caught out of position, they will be dying. I guess it can go both ways. The minus armor on a Pugna, which doesn't have much armor, but he does have the decrep. So I'll be interested to see if the Drow takes an early level of silence, but you don't really want to be doing that because you want to be utilizing your farming capabilities. But yeah, well, Pugna, I don't know if you saw that stat there. 125 wins and only 60 losses on the Euro.
That is pretty crazy. Anyway, so for those who are wondering, I just want to point out, obviously, all the heroes are exactly the same. So we did jump into the lobby, but we're back. Everyone's where it's meant to be. And, let's pretend for a second that time did not pass because we are live in-game here with the remake. There will be no draft, but that makes perfect sense. We just remade the lobby. There you go. Good. So Anyways, well, hey, there he is. He's running off towards us off and gets to water. I love the fact that Pugna is so fast, man. This is actually it's one of my favorite heroes too. It's just I loathe slow things, and Pugna just it's like it has double the HP that it has, because you know we talk about effective HP like armor reduction, magic damage reduction versus base health, that
Movement
kind of
speed.
stuff. Yeah. What about just being able to outrun things?
Yeah, like you're gonna kill me if you catch me, but you're not catching me. So no, it's a valid point. The hero is just extremely fast. He usually goes Aether Lens, 4-staff Glimmer Cape, and then he starts memeing with Dagons and things like that. But the hero with the Aether Lens, a 4-staff, and a Glimmer Cape is just exceptionally hard to kill. He can Glimmer himself, he can decrypt himself, doesn't affect the movement speed. Adastam already has found XT's ward middle. That's a bit of a feels bad. So controlling the vision game in the mid lane already.
It looks like the fight will break out early here, as it does look
tag
like
team.
XP are possibly getting the first kill. And they do, in fact, go the way of energy.
Oof,
they will
that's
trade it off
Stapler.
the Pugna. Stapler? Anyway,
Stapler.
Remedy in trouble here, trying to escape. He just needs to give me the bounty rune, he says, as he dies in front of it. And TKC picks up the bounty rune instead. So wait, what does that mean? Bounty rune goes once to the Baron Biceps, 2 to Baron Biceps.
I don't know about that trade though. Like in any scenario like that, you do not want to be trading into the Tuskar. They did get a counter kill on the Pugna, but like with the Tuskar there, you're always going to win that trading battle with the tag team. Such a good spell. Like let's make everyone hit extremely hard. They have given the Spectre the first wave top lane solo, so he should hit an early level 2, but so did they. Energy did XT did the same thing for the Mars. Got the first wave by himself. So both these heroes should hit level 2 around about the same time. Especially with a hero like Mars, that early level makes a big difference.
Tell me about the Storm versus Storm versus Medusa lineup mid. Who does? I mean, I'm actually not sure who comes over.
In the olden days, it used to be Medusa favored because of the snake taking your mana away. It actually doesn't take your mana away. It just does damage according to the mana. So it won't affect Storm Spirit's mana pool, which means he would be able to farm with the Remnant effectively, like as you see he's doing at the moment. He's going to secure all these range creeps with the Remnant. He might take some damage for it. He should get a bottle. He's got it queued up next. So it's just about, like, when Medusa's snake would take the mana away, it made Storm's life like it made it miserable, because you would never have mana to cast any of your overloads to harass. You can't Remnant to secure the range creeps. But as you see there, it hits him. It doesn't take his mana away. It only does damage.
So, an interesting one for me though is like Storm actually has a very low move speed, and normally when you play Storm, I feel like that's one of the problems with like securing runes and being able to get, until you're 6, obviously we can just bounce ahead. But in this case, he's actually faster than Medusa, so it's actually easier for him to get. I mean, both these heroes absolutely are abysmal at surviving ganks, so they got to be careful regardless. But it is an interesting scenario to find yourself being faster than your opposing mid lane as a Storm Spirit.
So the Mystic Snake does give a movement speed slow. It is only 0.3 seconds. If I'm not, the slow duration is 3 seconds. My bad. And it's a 30% movement speed slow. So with the snake coming out, oh, that's a lot of damage from the snake. Adam needs to be careful. If he gets another bounce, he will die to this. He does have a solve ready. Just securing the range creep. Will back up and solve now.
So, anyways, moving away from the mid lane, because there's so many exciting heroes on the map here. Let's talk about the history of Elder Titan. if I may.
Are you talking about the lore?
No, I'm going to talk about the history. The South African history.
And our tournaments. Yeah, do you want to give Lead Pro nightmares again? I think all those players retired after that tournament because of that.
So let me explain. I'm here to tell you all a tale. Right. So once upon a time, there was Elder Titan, and no one liked him. And he was a loner, and the other Dota heroes wouldn't play with him. They were like, "Listen, you're bad, you're slow, and we don't like you. You only got one good spell." Then came Traxian, man who decided that Elder Titan was in fact not a bad hero, and said, "Listen, buddy, I'm going to show you how you win everything." And then he started one-shotting cores and...
No, he wasn't just one-shotting cores. He was in the bot lane, cast a spirit into a creep camp, TP'd to the top lane, and then recalled the spirit. It went across the map and hit like 6 jungle camps on the way there. And when it got to him, I think he had 800 damage.
And then Lead Pro got knocked out of a tournament with one of the most overwhelming favorites to win a tournament, and yeah, that was the end of that. So
it's got one-shotted by this ET. And the
Somebody
hero
wa-
is stronger now. I'm gonna say this: the hero has been changed a bit after that. So how it functioned in the past is the astral would give would reduce magic resistance, and the hero would reduce armor. Now, if he has that, oh, top lane.
Yeah, this actually might be your first blood. Deppy in trouble here, and we will have your flame duo just
With
trying to
Warlock
finish the
heal.
job. But Warlock thinks, man. Warlock thinks actually it's going to be the Drow that dies at bottom lane. I think that's going to be the end of that, so we'll keep eyes on top. But that's why I pick Warlock with Spec, guys.
Yeah.
And, you know,
Just
if anyone
full
ever asks
HP.
you, just be like, that's why.
Yeah, so as I was saying on the Elder Titan, if he has the spirit retracted into his hero, he gets both auras onto the target. It's not that you have to cast it and keep it out.
Oh, wow, what a skewer here. Deppy in trouble again, but guess what, guys? He's got a Warlock, so behold, he'll fight the tower and both of them.
So Energy did well as well to make sure this Warlock's hit level 3. He went 2 points into the Shadow Word, obviously. I've seen a lot of pos 5 Warlocks where they just
bottom
stay
lane,
level 2.
TKC and Wop have caught out Remedy here. A lot of damage when that tag team's up, and even though you'd so rarely see a sport just totally abandon a core, he realizes at this point that there's nothing in it, and unfortunately, that's all he's going to get out of it, because Adestam also gets involved and says, hey, you know what, you want to come after my rune? Come after your life.
Yeah, this bottom lane is rough. This Tusk combo with the Pugna, so the Pugna can literally just use the tag team to beat the Drow down with the Tuskar, which is, he hasn't skilled Snowball yet. He went to his little tag team, and then he can secure the kill for himself by just decrepping and blasting at the end. So can make sure his support doesn't steal his kill, but it's a lot of damage. Like from the burst damage that's coming out from the right clicks. And Pugna doesn't have a bad attack animation. Like a lot of people think he's just this spellcasting hero, but his attack animation is not bad at all.
I was actually going to say that it's kind of a strange setup, because you kind of think, oh, but he decreps things and you can't hit them, so then tag team's not so good. But actually, he's got a huge move speed that we discussed, and he has a good attack animation, so he can literally just get on top of you and stay on top of you and make your life really challenging.
Abuse the tag team and then abuse the decrep nuke afterwards. Because in that whole combo with shards, you're gonna land at least 3 decrepifies and nether not 3 decrepifies, the 3 nether blasts. So because it's just snowball stun shards, person has to run around it. You're slowing him with the tag team. He's gonna get 2 or 3 nether blasts out in that duration. It's a really rough combo, and it's a wall Pugna, like we said. The man knows how to play this hero.
Look at the damage. Oh, it's crazy. Remedy's so
He's level
low.
6. He's level 6 at 6 minutes.
This is shocking. This is dirty. This is,
Okay, Remedy has to skill a level of the silence now. I know Venge has stun, but at what stage is this Venge going to start stacking for him? He needs to get a level of silence.
I totally agree. In fact, I would say even the second level of Frost Arrow is almost unnecessary, because you aren't getting on the front foot here. This is about...
The problem is
being
the
alive.
silence is a 3-second duration at level 1. The Pugna ulti is a 7-second CD.
Yeah, that's when the... Sorry, top lane. Oh, sorry. I wanted to cast this for you, but
it's a Warlock.
That's a Warlock. Bottom lane, though, that's a Spectre. Deppy goes bottom lane. They want to find a kill to Remedy. They do have to spell for the Elder Titan. Look at the damage coming out here. They bring in the Mars as well. They haven't managed to find the cross kills just yet, but they will surely bring down TKC. One more hit required, but so far it's all going the way of Energy. Finally, they do manage to find the Tusk, but there could be more here. Adestam goes back onto the Baron Bison's Elder Titan. I think it's Baron Bison. I'm actually confused about who's who at this point, because I'm not even sure which is the off laner anymore. But well, we'll survive as well. So in the end, chaos in the bottom lane. But
4 heroes bottom by Energy, trying to secure this tier 1 tower with the catapult immediately when it spawned, and just showing that they want to take over this Drow jungle. You're not going to have this greedy draft. Like you start taking this tier 1, you start taking the mid lane. Where's the Spectre and the Medusa and the Drow Ranger going to be farming? Like, it's an extremely greedy draft. The Medusa's doing well in the mid lane though.
They must know something about this, right? There's gonna be some sort of like part of this that they're very confident in. Maybe there's a different build that's gonna come on, something that'll provide like an earlier effect from like the Drow range or something like that. I mean, I can't imagine that they're just gonna play these 2 heroes standard. I mean, that being said, if they do get late game, man, playing into a Drow, a Venge, and a Medusa, ooh, if they can hold out, then they're definitely.
So I would kind of like a utility build from this Drow this game, like
bot lane. Look at this Mars. Like that's definitely that's actually the real Baron Bicycles on the Mars. Now I've got my head around it. Thanks, guys. Thanks for naming yourselves the same thing. You know.
Yeah, so I would kind of like maybe like Mask of Madness drums on the Drow Ranger, just so she can join the early engagements and have an impact. because Medusa is got Manta queued up. He wants to be farming. He's going the stat heavy build, and there's no way that Medusa like dictates pace of the game.
So bottom once again, the aggression here. They're trying to just TP out, and they'll do that. And can they make this work? Where did he go? All the way back to base?
Yes, he did.
That's I'm actually a little bit surprised to go all the way back to base. Top lane though, they want to go into depth. But guess what? There's a Warlock. Although he actually used it aggressively. In comes Adestab, big roll! And he will be able to finish the job there, and he will get another here on the Vengeful Spirit. So Adestab making his presence known, and once again, energy with the aggression really coming in. And they've absolutely snookered this Mars here as Baron Bicep. He doesn't know where to go. He's trying to get out of this. We'll be able to get rid of the Pugna for now. But there comes the tag team. But being able to back off to that tier 2 tower does mean he's going to be safe.
There's no answer for the Storm Spirit at the moment. Like, the hero can freely jump towards a tower or toward the target and just do what he wants. Like, there's no answer for the Storm Spirit.
This is terrifying. Please look at where Welp is playing Dota right now. He is 10 minutes in. He is by himself. He does not care. He is running straight towards mid now as well. Oh no, this is cruel. You're going to see all that farm goes in on the Junaid Medusa, and they will actually catch him out. All right. Time for some vengeance.
Oh,
put him
the
up against
shot.
the ice wall. It was actually beautiful, but in the end, they actually could get 2 here as well. TKC being run down. Warlock's not going to save you this time. And they do, in fact, re-engage. They bring in Adestab. They're going to get the stun off onto. They're controlling him for now on the back lines. They do, in fact, have Depi on top of that Medusa. Adestab has to help out his brethren, though, as they do have the Mars also hanging around. He's just waiting for spells to come from. He's going to toss back that Spectre, but this fight isn't over yet. They're going to re-engage here and try bring down, and will bring down, the Medusa. Energy. Man, I love this kind of Dota. This is fun to watch.
So Mental there just gave you a little bit of a thumbs up. The moment you said Warlock's not going to save you now, you dropped the rock. The exact moment. So Mental just proving us wrong there. Very well played. These guys are... And the spec has got Blade Mail. Like, I really like this build from Depi. It shows his intention that he wants to fight a bit earlier in the game. He wants to get involved. Oh, he is in a bit of trouble mid though. But
he's fine. He's fine because guess what? He's got the support he needs and he has the Blade Mail. So they realize immediately that this is no longer a fight they want to take. This is a great opportunity as well, just to potentially, if you're a more casual Dota fan or you're somebody who hasn't been playing as much recently, this is the kind of build you expect to see coming out of Spec now. There's early game aggression, allowing them to get involved very early on. So don't be surprised that there's no sitting in lane waiting for Radiance. Depi's going to be all over the map.
I want to point out something as well. Please look at the skill build on Warlock. And that shows Energy's intentions.
Oh, wow. Yeah, that is... Yeah, it's the way they play. They're so aggressive. It's great to cast and to watch.
So he's maxed up Evil. Like, he's got 2 levels of the Shadow Word. He's got 1 level of the Fatal Bond, which most people consider the best spell on the hero. And then he's got max up Evil, which is 84% slow. And
well, they have no like natural mobile heroes. It actually makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, like if he gets his upheaval up and no one cancels it in these fights, it's a hard time. And then you've got the Speedy Pugna and the Storm Spirit, which can play around the upheaval. Like they can you kind of treat it like a Shadow Shaman Snake ulti, or you treat it like a Mars ulti or Phoenix Egg, and you just play around that slow. It's going to make that they pick their targets quite easily in these fights. That's a very clever play by Mental. I really like this max up Evil build. He's level 8, by the way. He's 2 levels above the Tusk.
Yeah, I was taking a look at the hero levels earlier. Like, it's actually quite rough. I mean, you have a level 10 spec playing up against a level 6 Drow Ranger, the opposite number.
Yeah, it's like the Drow Ranger is level 6, the Warlock is level 8. Like,
man.
Just applying pressure, and that's what you see from these top teams. Like a standard Warlock player, like even a good Warlock player would have max Fatal Bonds here and Shadow Word. Just apply pressure in the lane, but Mental shows that like for the benefit of the total game and what they want to do on the map, I'm going to max upheaval, I'm going to drop my ulti, and I'm going to slow people, and my golems are they're going to get kills. He's got a Midas!
What?
13-minute game, your pos 5 Warlock has a Midas.
I'm not pos 5 anymore. Like
No. I'm carrying this now. I'm the carry now.
So, literally, I mean, it might as well be at this point. There's just so much going for them. Man, Ixion so much. Of course, they lose here and it's over for them. There will be no grand final appearance. It'll be going the way of NG Sports, who will look to take revenge for their loss earlier in the tournament to Sinister 5. And it was a very convincing win from Sinister 5. Obviously, though, they're going to have to... we're at the point I actually want to say they have to get that final knockout blow. That's where they are, though, because right now their lead is already so extreme. I mean, look where they're playing. They're playing at 14 minutes in the game. You have Whelp literally just running around behind tier 2 towers. It's so crazy. The map is so small right now for XD.
But it's also about the items. Like Storm Spirit's got a full Orchid at the moment. The Pugna has got its Aether Lens. His 4-staff is almost completed. Storm Spirit's going
talking about that Storm Spirit, he's going to go onto the back line. He wants to finish the Vengeful Spirit. He should be able to do so. Science does come out from Remedy though. Can he make something happen? The fight's also raging on the other side. They bring down the Elder Titan. Eventually, not quite. He's still alive. And they do have a lot of damage coming out of this Medusa. But it's not enough. They're going to turn this one around. And they're going to take absolutely everything because XD are dying, their hopes are dying, and Energy have future titles in their mind because their foot is one step away from finishing up that walk into the grand finals.
Okay, so that was a massive play by TKC. The Mars used his ulti on the Pugna to try and kill him. They dropped the Elder Titan ulti to finish the kill off, and he was 100% dead. And if they kill that Pugna, the Medusa can do damage in that fight because she just got decrypted. But TKC ran in, snowballed the Pugna, dodged the Elder Titan ulti, and made that the Pugna can come out, decrypt the Medusa, and then he just got the life drain off and full HP. The Pugna dies there. Medusa can actually do damage. She can actually right click. I don't think it would have turned the whole fight, but they might have gotten a few counter kills instead. But that was a massive play by TKC. Extremely well played.
This is some really crazy stuff here. I can't believe that Energy have been able to be just so dominant in both these series. Like XD, I don't even know where you start coming back from this right now. I mean, we did see there was at least some work being done by the Medusa, but even then, it's the 4 to 19.
Like you have this Medusa as your pos 1 basically, and your pos 2 that's supposed to be able to join these fights and do damage is 400 gold away from basically his first item. So. And if you look at the Heroes of Energy, like Whelp's got that 4-star finish now. Like I said in the draft, he's going for this speedy, annoying build, and he's got Tranquil Boots, Aether Lens, and a 4-staff now. So, called it. So he this Pugna is just going to get more and more terrifying. You're not going to catch him.
I mean, I don't even know what you do if you catch him. Look at the ball. Adestam goes so deep. And Adestam will claim yet another scalp here. 20-4, 16 minutes and 70 minutes and whatever.
Yeah, Drow cannot show her face on the map. The Storm Spirit with the Orchid, he's got an Arcane Ring as well.
Medusa can't show herself on the map. She bailed out, fortunately, by the bench. Look at that bench. It's just crawling. There's absolutely nowhere to go. Cannot move. The top of the spirits just to try save it, but this is a lifetime inside of here.
And that is annoying. Like, that is a mind break. Oh, here we go.
Adestam goes back in. This might be your last fight right here. They're going to engage. They're going to take out the Vengeful Spirit very early on. They'll get pushed back. They bring in the Mars as well. They're trying to keep this tier 2 alive. They need Energy to misplay, but right now they just have so many options. And even if they do get caught out, it's so hard to finish the job because you just don't have the damage coming from anywhere.
Just don't have the movement speed. Like this Warlock, and that's a mind-breaking spell, eh? That just makes you not want to play Dota. Look at Whelp. They're not going to catch him. He's a speedy boy.
He's running around 3 of them. This is ridiculous. They don't know what to do. They know they can't finish the job, so they're just backing off. Whelp versus XD, and Whelp right now looking terrorizing right now. And they're going to bring down the Mars, because even though the swap's not there, it's a swap to your own death. On the back line, Steppy gets involved as well. They will drop the ETLT. It does work, but I don't think it's going to be enough work. In comes Adestam. Out goes the Elder Titan. Junaid, you're falling down too. And Energy have done everything that they need because XD are in absolute dire straits right now. The GG could come at any second at this point. They will play this out. There's absolutely no reason not to. But right now, it all looks a little bit hopeless.
Deppy, the king of kill secure there. He's got a Blade Mail and a Manta, and he just got an Ultra kill. Through this Pugna damage, the Storm Spirit damage, and he just got an Ultra kill. Like, he is top net worth at the moment, he's popping off. He's going Scotty next, and this Drow Ranger just got a Dragon Lance up, but is looking. They don't have any space to farm. They need levels. They need items. This draft was extremely greedy, and Energy's punishing it.
I mean, punishing it. As soon as the 5 awake yet? I mean, they're finishing off this final so quickly. I mean, this had an estimated start time of 4 o'clock. Not a chance. Not a chance. Energy are just absolutely obliterating XD here. And it almost feels like that moment where it's a challenge. That XD has become part of some kind of battle between Spin 5 and you know, Energy Esports right now, where they're just being bullied right now. Energy speedrunning though too right now.
So the thing is, I'm going to point out as well, and they're doing this with Storm Spirit, which I think was an extremely good pick this game. Like, XD does not have much to deal with the Storm, but Storm Spirit in the pro scene at the moment has a 30% win rate. I'm not talking about pubs, I'm talking about in the pro scene, the last 2 tournaments that the Storms were picked in, and he was picked quite frequently, but 30% win rate.
Sorry, analysis not allowed because it's going to be Energy once more picking yet another fight, and TKC dismantles that Elder Titan.
Medallion phase boots.
Well, just running down. Does he have to ulti first? He probably has to ulti to stay alive. He's hanging on to it now. They do get the swap back onto Whelp. The magic missile comes up, but there's not enough damage to really threaten him at all. You better run away, Venji, because Whelp's going to finish you off. And on the last tick of damage, managed to survive. They want to try run him down. Catch me if you can. Whelp out of here. Turns attention back to the Baron Biceps Mars, and you do not realize that you're not trapped in there with him. Because there's all of Energy around you too.
Drow shows her face. Adestam jumps on it immediately. He knows his job this game. Just making sure this Drow has no damage in these team fights.
Junaid now forced to pop the ulti just to run away. One more nail in the coffin.
Upheaval.
And they're still going on this. TKC comes in. Surprise, Deppy's here too. And guess who? Whelp with the backer. He's taking a lot of damage though. Adestam all the way into the back. Who cares about the high ground for what? Right now, Energy just absolutely cleaning up. And this time around, there's very few options available to them. The buybacks do come out. Can they try to survive this? TKC goes in deep. And once more, he wants a piece of the AET, but he's not going to get it. They will survive this one. XD stay alive for a little bit longer.
And Roche is up. They're just deciding not to take it. They want to control this map, like put a stamp on this game saying it is ours. Call GG, and XD is hanging on there. But they should secure the Roche now as soon as the Tuskar is up with tag team, and then try and go high ground afterwards. This spec almost, not almost as Scotty, but he's about halfway into Scotty. So once that Scotty comes up as well, this Medusa is going to not be as tanky. It is going to shred through her with the Blade Mail and the Scotty.
It's 32-5 in 22 minutes. Not a hero.
More than a kill a minute. Way more than a kill a minute.
Might just stay that way. Whelp does have to back this one up, but I heard that. Zip, where are you? Where are you, Adestam? Every time I hear that sound, I just
click on the draft portrait, you'll see the Storm Spirit. So yeah, like, but the Energy is executing this extremely well. So they know Adam's job is kill this Drow. She's extremely far away from Amanta. This Orchid is just going to kill her the whole time.
That Drow is hidden towards the top lane, but they know where he is. And they are going to find him. Adestam will manage to pick him up, and there is no chance in hell for him to survive that one.
Yeah, so this Drow cannot show her face. Like, there's no space on the map. Elder Titan has got a Yules. That's your offlaner with Tranquils and a Yules. He's not going to be making any plays. But the problem is, like, even if he went Blink Dagger, I don't see them killing anything on the Mars ulti. Energy is playing so spread out with their draft. Like, they're catching the Pugna in the Mars ulti, but there's not really anyone else. Spectre is ulting in, Warlock is standing in the back, Storm Spirit is zapping from behind. So no one is really grouping that he can hit like a 2 or 3 man Mars ulti. Their positioning is extremely well. They have the tools to initiate from extremely far away. Like Spectre, this Pugna, and the Storm Spirit. And Tuskar is playing this sacrificial lamb at the moment, but you can't really ignore him at the moment because he's got Medallion and Phase Boots. If he Warriors punch you, he hits. He'll hit half your HP away as a level 12 Tusk on these heroes because Drow is level 11, Mars is level 11, and your Elder Titan and Venge is 9 and 10. So this pulse 4 Tusk is getting you for quite a big chunk of your HP.
Elder Titan doesn't have a talent yet. He doesn't have a talent yet. This is madness. This is absolute madness right now.
So
Energy. They're equipped with a Storm Spirit who has an Aegis now. One of the best Aegis carriers in the game. Ags up. Orchid up. Eul's up.
He's got Ags up. That is...
And he's coming for you. Well, we'll get the engage, and in comes at Aston, and he wants that first big pick. There's the golem. They're buying so much time, and they'll find the first Essential Spirit, but they're still attached to Junaid. He manages to survive for now with the ulti. Deppy has to move back, but at Aston, he says he wants back in, and Mars now going down. They're going to engage, and XD falling apart. Energy looking to wrap this up right here and now, but Energy will have to back off. They will have to respect XD. The buybacks are there. ET, he will get the stomp off onto Deppy. The fatal bonds go through. Look at the damage. He tries to get out. Will he survive? For now, yes, but Adastum once more into the backline. Has that Aegis. Happy to play around it. Junaid, solo. Deppy wants a piece of him. Will be pushed back, but not pushed far. Backing up. As Energy will finally get the opportunity to unleash onto this tier 3. And they want more. They want to go for the racks as well. But XD are coming back. They're going to keep fighting to the last inch this time around. A comeback here would be monumental. But be careful.
Upheaval.
Because Ian are not done with you just yet, XD. They're holding ground, but once more, Dastum gets 3! He gets 3 big ones as well! And they're going to try and finish them off. Junaid, this is the end for XD, and this is the start for the final. We all expected, we all thought that Sinister 5 and NG may just be the 2 teams that make their way here, and it's all but decided. In fact, it is. GG call. Energy, they answer the call, and they will be your second team in the grand finals, and they do it without ever looking like they would be under any pressure from XD or anyone else. Sinister 5, are you ready?
That was insane. Just the draft, the execution, that was insane. Like the itemization, he went brown boots into Orchid on the Storm Spirit. You can't give Whelp Pugna, man.
What can you give you guys? You can't give them Faceless Void, you can't give them Pugna. Wilson 5, well, they're waiting for you too. So Energy, can you do it again? Or is this team going to fall to Sinister 5 again? The grand finals, all that's left to be decided here. Unfortunately, you've probably gotten tired of my screaming. I hope you enjoyed this game as much as I did. And I'm sure there's a group of people in the panel that are just as excited to chat about it. Gentlemen, please take it away.
39-5. Guys, what did we just witness? Is Energy like on a warpath right now?
Worse than that, really. It really couldn't. Worse than game 1. We thought that's as bad as it gets, and it just got worse. And I remember we spoke about this like right in the beginning. How are you going to feel coming out of this game? Energy, they're feeling themselves. Like Sin 5, they've got to watch out because Energy is going to come in real hot.
Yeah, we actually thought the draft was going to be better just based off of what they had. They had good team fight. They did have that drow, and the rest just it didn't seem to fall into place. It was just Energy all over the map, just fighting them, just pushing them, just making, I don't know, they're just dominating. And again, they're dominating with their rotations. They're dominating with the pickoffs they get early. They're dominating with how much pressure they put on you in the lane alone. And then you still have to worry about getting ganked and all that with their movements. And the Tuskar, it was just exceptionally well executed from Energy. Can we just say that? Like, the draft wise, XD seemed like they had it in the bag. At least game 2. Game 1, probably not. But the switch up from them going with the Spectre and the Warlock, and then just the Tuskar going in there as well. It's, I don't know. I don't even know what to say. That was just well executed from Energy. Very well played from them. And just a dominating fashion. I think that they did kind of showing what they're bringing into the table to the finals, probably got a bit angry at Sin 5 for knocking them down, and then they just come down to this lower bracket and show, they're dominating it. They are on this warpath, and they want to get into that final. They want to have their rematch, and they want to show Sinister 5 that, we can take you guys. We are here to take this final.
Phoenix, if you're Sinister 5 right now, sitting in the grand finals, waiting for Energy to come at you, would you be, scared right now after watching this dominating performance from Energy?
So I spoke to Dota and I the other day, and I don't think they're scared. I think they're just gonna take it, and they're just gonna, as I said, they're just gonna have fun at this point.
Nimi, anything you want to say about these? Do you think energy is coming in hot? Do you think Sunfire should be scared?
I don't think Sin 5 should be scared. They should definitely be aware that this is not the same energy they knocked out. They whacked them down to the lower bracket. Energy's come back with a vengeance. So you just need to bear in mind you're coming into those games, they are going to come for you, and you have to play at 100% or you will come at that second place.
Well, there you go, guys. That is game 2. We're going to quickly go into a break and be right back.
It is a culmination of a year-long league. These are the best of the best our country has to give.
Our lives have changed in fundamental ways. As a nation, we've been forced to take aggressive action against an invincible enemy that has threatened our lives and the lives of our loved ones. We have been forced to adapt to a new way of living.
Globally, almost 300,000 new coronavirus cases were reported in the last 24 hours. That is the largest single-day increase ever. In South Africa, the virus is surging, hitting more than 500,000 cases today.
Waiting championship for absolute fantastic. Team Fortress League. Atmosphere is absolute. It has been grueling. We're going to see who comes on top.
Wait, what am I saying?
What was the line? A commentator. I'm Jabba. I'm a commentator.
Oh, wait. Repeat the question. Repeat that.
Do you think we'd see a more interesting selection of heroes and whatnot from Bravado? Maybe something a little bit more serious. Great. So on that note, yeah, we will get straight into the action.
Welcome back, everyone. All right, so we just saw a dominating performance from Energy Esports versus XD. I'm surprised. I was actually hoping for a third game, but Energy is on a warpath. I'm extremely excited to see what the grand finals is going to be like, what is going to be offer. Guys, like, any words? Like, any words to send fire to Energy? Like, do you think Energy is going to take it? Do you think there's a possibility that this Energy that we saw now is the winning Energy?
I think they'll definitely give them a big challenge now. I think they were probably just testing the water in the upper brackets, and now they're ready.
Mentioning again, like the execution of their drafts, the execution of their playstyle, they're just showing why they are considered one of the better teams and why everyone considered them to be in this finals, regardless of whether Sin 5 or Energy were doing the lower bracket run. It's just it's just executed well. It's executed almost perfectly for what they want to do. So every time they threw the upheaval, one of the heroes was at least caught in the Tuskar shards, and they would be slowly trying to walk out. Adestam would come in, and when he had that Agnum Scepter and pulled in 3 heroes, it was just over then.
Also, Pugna, Pugna, guys. Like, we got to see it on the screen again. I mean, wow. Just, like, I can't play Pugna like that. I remember playing Pugna, like, back in the day when I was still playing, like, trying to play some Pugna. Was a support, and this man just like comes out and he's just demolishing everything in his way. Any thoughts on that? Would you say always ban the Pugna if you're playing against them?
At least against Whelp. I mean,
think
that's why we kind of said it. Yeah.
Yeah, I
All
mean,
right,
I never
guys.
got to see it, and that was quite something. Like absolute destruction.
Thank you.
Okay. All right. So we're going to now go right over to the winner interview. We're going to be chatting to Adestam. Panel, I want to say thank you very much. I hope you guys enjoy the rest of the day of the Dota. Talk to you guys later. Let's quickly catch up with Adestam. Adestam.
How's it going?
I'm doing good, and you? How are you doing? Don't ask me how I'm doing. How are you doing? Going to grand finals, sir.
Yeah, pretty excited about that.
Tell me, how was the comms when you guys noticed you guys were just steamrolling there in that last game, and you're like going at it, your Storm Spirit zipping everywhere? How was the comms when you guys realized, great, we are now going to the final match?
Well, I mean, obviously there's excitement. I think everyone in the team was very, very confident going in. So we're just excited to get to the final rematch with Sin 5. Excited for that. So.
And tell me, how much fun were you guys having there? How much fun were those 2 matches?
They're okay. I much prefer closer games. Like, not trying to flame them. They tried the best. We're just a better team on the day. I much prefer closer games. I don't think anyone enjoys a stomp either way. So, yeah, that's just what I'm hoping for in the finals. Just a nice close game that viewers will enjoy.
I have a quick question. So you guys picked the Drow and the Undying, which is a very standard pickup in the first game. But then in the second game, you guys banned the Undying and let the Drow through. What made you guys decide that?
Well, we knew they were going to take the Venge Drow, so we prepped our draft around that. So pretty much it's like a quote-unquote bait draft because you know what they're going to pick, so you have a plan to counter it. It's not like meaning you're going to win, but you've thought it out on what you want to do versus it, so you have an idea of how to play versus it. So that's, yeah.
And then the last words before you go into the grand final game today. If we all assume Sinister 5 is watching right now, what would you like to tell them? What would you like to say to Sinister 5 to make sure they know you are coming for them?
I mean, I just want to say I'm proud of you guys for like doing so well this year at the gaming house and everything. You guys have done very well. You've all climbed so like a lot of MMR. You guys seem to be showing, so that's amazing. So I'm very happy for you guys.
Taking the humble route. I like it. All right, guys. That is it for this cast. We are now going into a short break, because grand finals will be starting at 2:30 SAST. We will be seeing you guys very soon. Adestam, thank you very much. Congratulations. We're excited to see you in the grand finals.
Cheers.
Cheers, everyone.
gentlemen, I am standing with the winners of the Dota 2 Telkom DGC Championships, BVD Dota 2.
The GG is called. Bravado Gaming are your Telkom DGL Masters champions.
The Kings are kneeling right now because WRG are all over them. They're going to pull back Odu. He gets off a really good ultimate, but the tornado disrupts it once more. Bravado's falling apart here. They're about to be facing Megas. It's done. The GG's called. WRG are your winners. WRG win DGL Masters.
And WRG take the championship. Well done to them, boys. The end of an era. And that is it. I don't think there's more. And your great champions are Sinister Farm. And he's finally broken the curse. The man himself, and that's still there, shouting out above his team. The shouts of true victory.
You're watching the Telkom VS Gaming Dota 2 2019 Masters.
And RDK has finally done it. He finally will raise that trophy.
Oh my God.
Because this is it. It is decided. And that, ladies and gentlemen, that is GG!
Goliath Gaming! What?
Welcome, everyone. It is that time. The entire year we have been building up towards this moment where two sides stand tall amongst all others in South African Dota, but only one will get the right to call themselves 2020 champions. Gentlemen, it's fantastic having you guys with me here. I am absolutely blown away with how fantastic this competition has been, how great the support has been from the spectators, how skillful our teams in South Africa are right now. And of course, as I just said, it all culminates now in this matchup. We're about 20 minutes away from the scheduled start time. We're going to break it down a little bit for you. I have some fantastic guests joining me. Gentlemen, welcome to the panel.
How's it, guys?
How's it?
66 Crimson. Well, welcome.
Yeah.
I guess you guys don't really need much introduction at this point. Obviously, two of the players from this competition. I'm curious to know, what is it like for you guys? You want to us now. Okay, fine. All three of you from the competition. I apologize. Not a hero, of course, also was assault. Well, anyway, didn't know. But gentlemen, I mean, yeah, but you make a fair point. All three of you competed in this event itself, and I'm curious how it feels right now to see it come to this conclusion, to reach this point in it, as players, as fans, as South African Dota players.
Well, through all the competition and all the talk we have had this year, we've said it's probably been one of the most contested years that we've had in a very, very long time. And now we've got the final two teams. And over the last few days, they have proven that they are the final two teams. I don't think there's anyone that can question that. Like, the last few series weren't 50-50s or a base race or something like that. They have shown that we deserve to be here, and we want that title at the end of the day.
We ran predictions throughout this event. We a little bit of insight into the world of broadcasting. We predict outcomes so we can best schedule, which entertainers will be on what matches, all that kind of stuff. And it must be said, there was not a single prediction made by a single person that was involved in that didn't have this outcome, where it was a grand final between Sin5 and Energy. And even in those predictions, I will say this much: the decision of which team went to the upper bracket, which changed dramatically from individual to individual, but every single time it reached this result.
So I'll admit that I might have been a little bit wrong there. Before Sin5 hit that peak, or the form we've seen them play over the last few weeks, I thought XD had their number, and they just completely proved me wrong.
And Sin5 are playing on another level right now. It's insane. Yeah.
Okay, well, let's compartmentalize this conversation a little bit, because obviously both these sides need to be given their analysis from us and their time in the spotlight before the game even begins. So let's draw us back to how this all started. Let's talk a little bit about going into this event. Of course, since the 5, they weren't even the top seed. They actually were the second seed in the group. XD was the side that tipped them. But since then, they've never once, in a moment that I've seen this tournament, looked like they were in danger of losing a match or under threat, or where the situation was 50-50.
Except when they play Duck.
Except when they play... No, that was not the lead up. That was the qualifiers. So, you know,
Yeah.
in the main event, they
No.
really didn't.
No, they've looked dominant, and the style of Dota that they've been playing has been insane. I think they've peaked, and we know they've been putting in a lot of work. We spoke to some of the players, and I think they're one of the teams that have been playing Dota 5 nights a week or 6 nights a week. They've been scrimming every night, and I don't think they've been scrimming South African teams. I think they've got some scrim partners over in EU that they decided to play against. And Doombunny said as well, their coach has had a vital input in their success so far. And you can see how they play. They've got a clear plan. So having 5 experienced players and then a coach like collaborating together, and when it works, it definitely works.
Can we break that down a little bit more? I mean, let's talk about hero selection, the aggression that they're playing with, the I would almost say measured aggression, because they tend to do that. You know, they pick their fights very particularly. What is it that they're doing that is making it so hard to just play Dota against this team? 66 being quiet. Let's. Oh wait, no, Crimson, you wanted. Let's go with Crimson. You wanted to go there.
Okay. I think it's the combination of Dota and Doombunny and that off-lane combo is that whenever they are on fire, they just make space throughout that map for Castaway and Aghanim to just farm and do whatever the hell they want. Like we saw the one game where the Void Spirit just got that early Orchid and he was everywhere on the map, and there was nothing that Energy could do to even move because the first person was seen would just die to an Orchid combo. So I think a big strength in Sinister Five's arsenal is the fact that Dota and Doombunny are so good together, and that they can put pressure and create that pressure for Sinister Five to farm and move around the map to give Aghanim and Castaway that space.
I also think because of that pressure that's being applied, Castaway is not being pressured middle enough. Like the majority of his last few games mids has been a 1v1. And and from a mechanical perspective and from a mid laner perspective, I don't think there's argument that he's probably the best mid laner in the country at the moment. And you cannot make, like, if your mid is struggling against this man, you have to rotate in a gank. You have to make a play there. But
yeah, you can't leave it with a 1v1 scenario. He's just gonna take over the game.
Yeah. But like Crimson is saying, like Doombunny and Dota and Die are making so much space in that safe lane for the enemy that they feel their supports can't rotate away from the map, because the moment he leaves, his carry is just under too much pressure. I don't know what you think, 66.
I feel definitely the Doombunny combination there. They pressuring the safe lane very hard, forcing a lot of rotations. But also feel like Sin 5 is playing very strongly around the timings. They're getting this farm on the mid lane and the safe lane, they get the item up, they start engaging at the right time. They have to get the quicker timing, get the pressure on the map out, and just play from there.
So don't you think, like what I'm saying, put some pressure on Castaway, maybe rotate in a gank there or something around 5 minutes? And
I definitely agree with that. It helps him.
Supports, yeah.
It helps him get his timings a bit quicker than the enemy mid laner, especially with him 80% of the time winning that 1v1 matchup in any case.
Yeah, like you can't give him that 1v1.
Okay, so I mean, I think it's fair to establish that Sinister Five, we know how scary they can be. We're saying that the off lane in particular has been rather dominant for them and creating a lot of space for something like Castaway to take over the map. But other than that, I would say convincing win from Sinister Five over Energy. Energy have also looked completely dominant. They have been they've been brutal. They have absolutely demolished XD here in the lower bracket final. And I'm kind of curious what is working for them. Why are they able to be? I mean, just bear this one. That is your third seed side. They were destroyed. That's the absolute truth of it. How is it that they're able to do that to the team that is the next closest to contention?
I think it could also be a thing about peaking. Like that Sun 5 maybe peaked too early in the tournament, and Energy is now kind of starting to find their stride, and they're peaking at the right time. Because the energy that we saw today is not the energy that we saw play Sin 5. I think we can all agree on that. Like they looked like a completely different unit.
66?
I think it could also be a fact that Energy is now feeling like the backs is against up the wall. They have to win from now on, and they're playing Sin 5. They're ready for them. They're not going to hold back anymore.
Crimson,
Yeah.
you're not getting out of this one either. You're gonna have to jump in.
No, I think Energy are in a good situation though coming up to the game because they are the underdogs in this. So all the pressures and expectations sitting on Sinister 5 to whip out another uh, easy game. But I think Energy have been playing really good Dota against especially XD. We saw how clinical they can be. So I mean, if they can get some good farm onto Adestam, get Depi, a good enough start to lead them in the game, I think Energy definitely have a good chance in taking the series.
So what we saw from this XT game as well, and we spoke about the 1v1 between Castaway and Adestam. Adam traded equally in his lanes these games. He didn't stomp Junaid. He traded even. And just because he traded even, the impact he had on the map afterwards sets up his team for success. Yes, Welp had a massive factor on that Slaughter and then on the Pugna, but that Adestam could actually play Dota had a massive impact because in that Sin 5 Energy series, the first one we had, on his Wind Ranger, he was forced Brown Boots, Javelin, and then into a BKB. He never got an MKB until very late. He didn't have damage. He didn't have any impact in the game. And Castaway looked like a superstar, which of course he is. But it's just because Castaway, once again, got into that 1v1. He had the favorable hero and he made it count. So just make sure Adestam can play Dota this game. And he will make space. Like this game will be closer. Like Depi will be able to get farm. Welp will be able to do Welp things and they'll have pressure. Because I don't think anyone doubts here, like if it comes from a skill perspective, Energy are still terrifying. People can say Sin 5 are the favorites, but like whenever have we looked at a team with Welp on it and Adestam on it and Depi on it and TKC and their whole squad and said this team is not a title contender?
Yeah, definitely. No, they're potent. They're very potent.
So we've spoken about. I mean, where I'm going with this right now is that we've spoken about how good the off lanes are, how important that mid matchup is. I mean, that kind of translates into the way that the safe laners play as well. Are we really just saying that this game is like totally stacked? That both these sides are able to produce on all 5 of their rosters, all the players in their roster, and that at the end of the day, we're left back on the square one where it's just there isn't one player that can be singled out. There isn't one strategy that can be used, or it's literally just down to execution.
Yes.
Yes, I agree. Like that's 100% the thing. Like we speaking about Welp as this titan of SA Dota, but then look how Dota and Die has been performing. That's his counterpart on the other team, and Dota and Die has been looking insane. And then you look at Mental on POS 5. This series against XD, like he was out farming the cause. Like he was a warlock on a POS 5. Yes, he had Midas, but his skill build was on point. It caused so much trouble. And if you look at their counterparts, each person on match is going to come down to draft, which I think is going to play a massive role in this BO5. And a BO5 is another beast, by the way. BO5 is one of the most mentally straining things that you can have as a Dota player.
I want to ask as well, like, so you mentioned we're going to this long engagement and stuff. How important do you think getting the first winners in that kind of environment? Is it something you can just write off as a player, or does it really sink into that? Oh yeah, I still have to go through so many more games to win. Even reaching 4 games, that's a slugfest.
Well, like I feel getting the first one is always a good confidence boost. Especially if it's a dominating win, you can send a big signal to the other team saying, "Listen, we're not holding back. We pushing you guys for this best of 5." But also, I feel like if you get the first loss against you, you just take it on as a normal best of 3 going from there onwards.
I also think if you win the first game, then you can look at the rest of the series as a BO3, because you just need to win 2 more games. So that's a mentality perspective that could play a role, because if you know you have to play 5 games, there's a big difference in knowing I have to win 2 more games to win, or I have to win 3 more games to win. So just looking at the rest of the series as a BO3 can make a difference mentally.
Let's chat a little bit about Schlinks. I've noticed that when we talk about these like really massive players that have this huge individual skill cap and stuff, Schlinks seems to be something who escapes the lips of a lot of people.
So good.
Well, this is the thing: is that we haven't we've been running through players, but let's watch Schlinks. I mean, this guy is he's been around for a long time. He's won his titles. He's part of this team just as much as anybody else is, and he's as good as anybody else is here, right?
Well, no, 100%.
Yeah.
And I think Schlinks is that player that plays for the group, where a lot of the other guys kind of still play like to be the. I'm not going to say superstar because Adam and them all sounded very humble, but Schlinks plays for the group. We saw that series we casted Hulbert before them. He was playing Undying and he force-staffed himself in to take a sleep off his life stealer just to make sure the life stealer can zone the Dry Ranger, and he's that guy that plays for the team. He's the guy that makes the little movements in the background, which people don't always acknowledge, but it's a key to the whole cog.
Mm. Okay. Look, so going through each of the player individually, we're not going to have quite enough time for, but I did think it was important just to reflect on that individual as well. But just if once again, this is a stacked team. This lobby might just be the best 10 players in the country. I know there's some Traxion fans right now feeling very unhappy about that, but definitely these guys all deserve exactly that. Anyways, so okay, you was chatting a little bit about the draft. We've seen the things like the Faces Void being picked up consistently by Engie, but I feel like in the last series they proved they don't need it. Do you think that's still something that needs to be spanned out by Sin5 or worried about, or do you think they can play more casually towards the selections, just do what they normally do with?
I think also like Energy might have shown Sin5 in this last series. They're not set to one specific draft. They can play a very broad spectrum. Not that I think anybody doubted that, but I think it's just like confusing them a bit, not making sure they're playing in one specific direction necessarily.
Also, both these teams like the Undying Drow, and both these teams like Faceless Void, because we did see Sin5 pick the Void against Energy in the last series. Aghanim was playing it, and he was actually just kind of AFK farming, and he even went the Battle Fury into Ag's build on the hero. But Faceless Void's still going to be contested, but I think this Undying pick is a staple, because if one of the teams bans out Venge and the other one bans out Undying, then that changes the game. Then you're going to see your Faceless Voids. You're going to start seeing Sven again, which we haven't seen much. I'm hoping we see some CK. These guys all play high level pubs, and CK has become quite a popular pick in the high level pub scene. So I don't think we've seen a CK this whole tournament, and I would love to see a Chaos Knight. Some Sven, just not Faceless Void. All these guys are going to start in BO5s. You can do stuff like Alchemist and Arc Warden and some cheesy stuff as well, because it is 5 games. I don't know what you think, Crimson.
Yeah, no, I think definitely we could have some cheese picks in the first game, some alternative strategies. Maybe like we saw first series with Sinister 5 and Energy. Could get some Doom mids. Some interesting flex picks could come out.
No.
Yeah. We could also get some flex picks. So just as long as Energy do not get the Pugna, I think it should go. It should be interesting.
Crimson was actually with me last year when we played against Walt Pugna. And
yeah, no, it was disgusting.
We made an agreement after that. Have you played against Walt
Yes.
Pugna 6-6?
Yes, I have. That's not happening again.
So we made an agreement, a rule in Salt Dota 2. If you play against Walt, if you play against Shoal, you do not give him Pugna. Like that is a rule that's set in stone in the team. And like same with last year, like the Filthy Frank, you don't give that man Treant. We made that mistake once, and you'll never do it again. So that's just a hero you don't give him. And the problem I saw with this last series as well, they gave him Pugna, and then they didn't have tools to deal with it. Like I think even if the draft has tools to deal with it, the man is still a beast on the hero. So just don't give them Pugna, and ban the Drow or ban the Venge or ban the Undying, and play Dota from there.
Any other terrifying heroes we need to worry about? Like any other players that you might think that maybe something from the past could come back that they've dominated with? I mean, I'm a massive believer that if you have that like great Sand King, I mean, throwing back to one of the players in the tournament, he had something like Aspio, who we saw do so much work for his team on a Sand King. I imagine that there's got to be players inside these two rosters that have something back there that's just totally crazy.
Well, obviously, there's always the Adam TA coming in. I mean, if it's a good matchup and it's there, he's going to play it.
Or Depi anti-mage.
Yeah.
Like that's an old one. Aghanim Phantom Lancer. But I don't rate PL as a hero in this patch at the moment. I don't know. Crimson's a big PL player. 66 won't run it in the mid lane. He's too much of a micro spammer.
Yeah.
But like I know PL is a staple of his, and they've been running a lot of Morphling, eh? Not many teams are doing Morphling, and Aghanim has been picking Morphling consistently.
So Undying also been a hot pick at the moment in anything.
Ban it, man.
Yeah, it's such a strong laner. It just secures your safe lane. You can first pick your safe laner, and he's guaranteed to have a stable lane. It's just such a strong hero.
So everyone's speaking about this Undying Drow combo, and yes, but we saw in that last series Undying in the safe lane as a +5, but then Void Spirit in the mid lane. Void Spirit's a hero that has natural high burst damage, and now the Undying is amping that damage by 30%. Like that's a ridiculous amount.
It is a deadly combo.
Yeah, like Undying just needs to hit a target once, and Void Spirit blows them up.
Well, I feel if the Lina is gonna get banned, the Undying is getting banned. There's no. If the counter's out, the Undying's out. I don't think there's any team giving another team Undying without a counter still in the pool.
Yeah.
But is Lina seriously that big of a counter? Even if you're playing her as a +4?
I'll consider Snapfire more of a counter to Undying.
Say again?
I said I'll consider Snapfire more as a counter to Undying, where you got your little shredder to take out Tombstone, and you can keep the Undying out of bay with your cookie.
It's not just that the Lina can take out the Tombstone, it's just he can trade so well into the Undying in the lane because he's sitting back, he's hitting him from afar, he gets up a Blightstone, he's hitting with a lot of right click damage, and he's just spamming him out of the wave.
But if he's being laid with a Drow Ranger, as we've been seeing?
The Drow can't really contest the Lina from as far. I mean, this Undying is running up into the lane in front of the offlaners, letting this Drow farm. The Lina's just gonna push him back.
Well, what would you pair with that Lina though?
Honestly, normally they just go with any like decent current offlaner, like your Slaughters, your Dooms, your maybe not an Underlord, your
Something that we can comment on is like most of these teams have been ignoring Bloodseeker, eh? And everyone has been talking about how strong it is, but like Sin 5 and Energy both aren't going towards these Bloodseeker picks. Like Sin 5 are prioritizing like Legion Skyreth Mage as they duo, or even the Void Spirit for Dota and Die. But we're not seeing a lot of Bloodseeker, and everyone's saying, oh, Bloodseeker Clockwork or Bloodseeker Lina, strong combo, hit a stun, and that's a kill in the lane.
I think it can be picked up. It might have been like laid back. I think there is definitely some strats that's held back until the finals. Maybe we can see that pop out.
We saw it really work well against Void, the Faceless Void. Actually, I must be more specific these days. We saw it work really well against
Tiny
Void,
Bloodseeker. Yeah.
Tiny Bloodseeker.
Yeah.
So, and obviously we know Energy run that, so there's definitely an opportunity to try and. I think the other thing as well is this. We can expect to see Faces Void again in this series. I think that's almost certainly going to make its way into at some point. So the things like the Winter Wyvern, Bloodseekers, just things that can zone you out. Even I think the Underlord wasn't terrible.
Slaughter, as in the last series, like they just instantly picked the Slaughter when the Faceless Void came out, and the Void just couldn't lane. He was bullied by that Slaughter the whole time.
Right. Well, we're just moments away. We're just waiting for one last player to ready up, and we'll be going into our grand finals. This is, of course, once again, I cannot say enough. I cannot put enough emphasis on how important this is to all the players, to the community as well. This culmination of the year's events coming up here. Since 5 versus NG, it really was something that we were chatting about throughout the entire year. That these are the two sides that we may see here. The storylines about Since 5 going overseas and their efforts on the international circuit. The fact that you had the swap between Adastum and Castaway, it really does feel like in a way these teams are almost spiritually intertwined to some degree. So
well, that also says they know a lot about each other. We spoke about this earlier, but Castaway obviously gave feedback to their coaches and the whole team about Energy and Adam vice versa. And but the meta has grown to such an extent. I don't think that's going to play a role. You have to adapt to what's going on, and we've seen a meta in this tournament develop, like Undying, Void Spirit, Drow Ranger, Faceless Void. So, like the meta is established, and you need to adapt with what's in front of you going forward.
All right. So I guess the only last thing to be done right now is for these teams to get ready and to ready up and stuff. But I'm curious, once again, based on the results that we've seen, based on the previous matchup in particular, Do you think that there's any lingering feelings there from NG? I mean, you mentioned on here that that Since 5 may have peaked. Where do you think these two sides go into? Are they both just super confident?
I think Sun 5 obviously has an edge here. Energy already played 2 games today, and now you're going into a BO5. So from a freshness perspective, I think Sun 5 has the edge there, and they must be feeling good. Like what they did to Energy the previous series, they're just gonna say, let's repeat that. Let's keep it clean. Let's follow our game plan. Let's just rinse and repeat, and ensure that we play our style of Dota and not get trapped into playing Energy style. Like Adam spoke about having a bait draft, like gave them the Venge Drow, and then you just go with Warlock Spectre. So
Well,
yeah, some good things happening.
Well, good things are indeed happening, not here, because it is time for us to jump into it. Ladies and gentlemen, we are going into your grand final.
Sinister 5 versus Energy Esports Game 1.
All right, welcome back, guys. Of course, there it is. Energy versus Sinister 5. One of our sides weren't kind enough to set their team, but I promise you that's Energy. Gentlemen, we're already flying through the band so far. Snapfire, Clockwork, Rubik, and Bench are spread out. And surprise, surprise, welcome Undying to the field.
I'm very surprised that Sun 5 is banning this Rubik against Energy every game, because the games that it hasn't been banned, we haven't seen them pick it. Like the last 3 games or 4 games that Energy has played, I haven't seen them pick this Rubik, and it hasn't been banned by the other teams. But we instantly saw the Undying, and then they counter with Ogre. So Sinister 5 still leaving the Drow Ranger pick open, or even the Faceless Void pick open with this Ogre Magi. They ran Ogre Void in the first series.
10 seconds.
Yeah, the Ogre Magi is an interesting one to me. Crimson, what do you make of it?
Ooh, stole the Void.
The Ogre is it's just a nice beefy boy. You know, in your lane you can bully out pretty much any other offlaner, and it gives you some very valuable attack speed for a core if you want to pick up a high DPS core, so like a TB and things like that.
I must say, I'm kind of surprised by the Lifestealer here. I've always kind of felt that Lifestealer is one of the, like Void is one of the heroes that does have one of those massive answers to your Lifestealer. The Chrono obviously so powerful against it. I know the Lifestealer is in a good place, but do you guys think this is the pick?
So
it is still difficult for a Void to kill a Lifestealer in the early game, because you're seeing a lot of these Lifestealers go Armlets, Deso Halberd. So there's that evasion, there's that high armor, and there's quite a high HP pool on Lifestealer. So it's very difficult for a Void to blow up a Lifestealer in the Chrono. And if he manages to get his rage off, any damage, magic damage you're inputting into the Chrono as well is going to be mitigated. So it can work both ways. It is a decent hero against Void, I would say.
I'm gonna ask 626 as well. Like the previous series, they also ran Lifestealer against Energy, and the Lifestealer had a massive impact. But how do you feel about Lifestealer against Undying? Obviously, in the laning phase, that kind of goes both ways. If you do decide to move the Undying to that lane.
I mean, you have this Undying with like a very high HP pool. This Lifestealer just rages up, hits him 3 times, and he's basically full HP again.
Yeah, and he's arguably a good against Tombstone as well.
And he's good. He can clear the Tombstone same as Juggernaut can, except this guy is just benefiting of the Undying's high HP pool.
Yeah, and he's got Blood Rage from the Ogre that helps even more.
The extra attack speed is always beneficial. So.
Yeah. And how do you? This is obviously a plus 5 Undying, but how do you lane Faceless Void with Undying? Like that's a pretty wonky lane.
Well, I still think it's just this way of this Undying pushing out the offlane, getting the people away from the Void, making sure this Faceless Void is getting his farm out, getting him a good start, maybe going from there. I honestly feel if the Faceless Void hits late game versus a Lifestealer, he's got some nice damage. He can always kill this Lifestealer in Chrono.
Yeah, so you have the Chrono factor always. And Energy banned that Legion Commander, because they've just been doing Legion Skywrath Mage every game that they can, and it's been dominant. And there's a Slaughter ban. Like I'm surprised Sinister 5 banned the Slaughter, because I would have picked that into the Void.
We actually saw how much work that did in the previous series as well, where they were just absolutely slaughtering XT with that lineup.
Well, you have the Slaughter Lifestealer combo, which is also pretty nice. They could have played. But...
Yeah, nice vehicle.
You've got
faster, so it's even a better vehicle.
And all that Lifestealer does is he hits people. So I would have actually liked that slaughter pick for Sun5, but maybe they've got.
Well, if you think about it, the slaughter can also contest the lifestealer a lot with armor reduction.
Yeah. Who's got first pick in the next phase? That's probably why it went out.
I would go to Sinister 5.
Oh no, then they could have picked the slaughter.
Yeah, I mean the other thing as well is that to me feels like a lot of melee heroes to take like strength melee heroes going up against a Undying. What's like these two? I can never remember. It's like a strength intel. I always forget.
I agree, but Slaughter is mobile though, and it's another hero that benefits from Ogre Magi's attack speed buff.
10 seconds
Like you just get permanently
And
bashed.
does the hair. Yeah.
So like I think
Well,
that's,
if you start stacking these strength melee heroes, Undying is going to be very well, but then also a Monkey King can pop out and it's just going to destroy whatever is approaching them. Like this Monkey King can test
Timber Saw comes out or something, and then
Timber Saw can even come out as well.
Yeah. Because let's be fair, Sinister 5 doesn't want to pick Timber into Undying, and then so they're not going to be picking it. And then Energy starts running with this Timber Saw at you, with an Undying healing him, and the team fights with Soul Rip. That doesn't sound fun.
Slow from Tombstone.
With slow from Tombstone.
not a great time. Well, let's see what they do go for. Since 5 now in the they have the opportunity to set off
Enchantress and Pugna. Gone.
It's going to be Skywrath Mage.
So they have had success with this hero, but it was paired with a Legion Commander every time they ran it.
Well, like
So
it is something that can bully the Undying. I mean, it's this very high burst hero.
Yeah,
a lot of good magic damage early in the game.
And it's kind of a mini counter to Chrono, because in the early game, if Void doesn't have BKB, obviously, and he Chronos someone, and you drop the Sky ulti right on top of that target, the Void can't stay there. Like
not even just that, they have this way of bursting the Void before he can get Chrono off. If they get the jump on Void with the silence and his stun, he's dead.
Yeah, I agree.
Well, same for the Wind Ranger, right? Like we're not sure just yet where that's going to go, but definitely silence her up, make sure she can't get the Wind Run off, and you can deal a lot of damage to her. But Void Spirit now picked up by Sins 5. Do you think this will be a don't die Void Spirit again?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I know Castaway plays it as well, and this just keeps their draft very flexible. Like now you're kind of forcing Energy on these last two bans to speculate. You need to make sure you pick a mid laner that's good against the Void Spirit, and then you need to ban off laners, and then they don't put it mid. So it's kind of keeps their draft open. You obviously know the Lifestealer is safe lane, you know the Skywrath is a support, and you know the Ogre is a support. So it just makes the drafting at the last stage for Energy that much harder. Because this Wind Ranger is probably going past 4. Because if it doesn't, then Sin 5 just pick Shadow Fiend again, and
Oh, they can't even run the Void Spirit against it. I mean, if this Void Spirit hits 6, he kills them.
Yeah.
The one thing I'm not seeing here, and I don't know if this is just me being a stuck record, but I really do believe that you need some sort of hard counter engagement when you have a Void Spirit. I'm not sorry, Faceless Void. I'm not seeing it yet. Do you not think there's maybe a call there to have something that can really help you get out of harm's way if you do find yourself in a really bad Chronosphere?
So Chrono is gonna happen, like regardless. Like Chrono is gonna happen. People sometimes overthink it, and then we saw the Shadow Demon pick the other day against the Faceless Void, and then Aghanim didn't join any team fights for 25 minutes into the game, and now you've got a Shadow Fiend pick to counter this Faceless Void, but you're just getting run over by the just getting run over by the other 4 heroes on the map.
Well, I mean, the threat of Chrono is bigger than the Chrono itself, so...
Yeah. So if you the aggressors, like 626 said, and you can get the Skywrath Mage on top of that Faceless Void, this Void Spirit can burst them, because Arcane Seal, Magic Amp, this Void Spirit's got a lot of burst.
Yeah, so OD banned out here as well as that Pugna, but this Kunkka comes out. I mean, this is one of those signature heroes, right?
So both these teams actually like Kunkka a lot. They like Kunkka more than any of the other SA teams. I haven't seen anyone else really been running Kunkka except Energy or Sin 5. And Energy likes it because Adam plays it in the mid lane, but Welp is also a
good offlaner with
a very good offlane Kunkka player. So I think that's an offlane Kunkka. I don't know what you guys think.
Yeah.
There's a very good chance. Also, the Kunkka is strong versus the Void Spirit. Even if you send the Void Spirit mid, the Kunkka can go mid. I mean, it's the one thing that goes through Void Spirit's physical block.
So they kind of like countered this Void Spirit pick because they don't know where it's going to go by this Kunkka
Yeah,
pick.
it's a flex pick of themselves. Yeah.
To kind
a
of
flex
counter it with a flex. Yeah.
And it offers them this catch. I mean, rum buff against high burst is always very nice. I mean, you put the rum on them, they're not dying on burst damage.
It just makes it really hard to kill Void here. I mean, you got the Coco Rum, you got the Dying backing him up with like a Soul Rip,
But it's
and of
even-
course he has his own Q. It's gonna be a tough ask to bring down that Void.
That's even good follow-up stun for the Chrono. You've got your torrents, you've got your boats.
I agree with Holbit, but I think this Void Spirit rushes Orchid this game, regardless of what position he's playing. If it's offlane or if it's offlane Void, he can go Orchid. If it's mid Void Spirit, he can go Orchid. And then this Void Spirit with his Orchid will just be running at this Faceless Void the entire game.
I do think the Void Spirit does go for the Orchid. Kunkka should maybe look up to pick up a Glimmer Cape. I do see it's picked up with quite a few Kunkkas. It gives you a lot of magic resistance, and you can hide from the burst of Skyroth Void Spirit.
This Kunkka might become like just a utility, like you just get this Glimmer Cape, get a Lotus, or get a Solar Crest. He's buffing up his cores and saving them essentially.
So I know
like,
the Kunkka is on the opposite end here, but I have seen Castaway play Kunkka with like Glimmer Heaven's Halberd Ags, and he's kind of like this utility Kunkka instead.
It is what Kunkka
Void.
is merged to.
Yeah, Void will have all your damage that you'll need if he has a good start. So then he has the option to go utility.
Well, the thing is, even with all those utility items, he's still dealing damage as a Kunkka.
Yeah.
He's still controlling them up.
And then a lot of people are going to go like, why the hell does Kunkka have Glimmer Cape? But that's not his role in the game. And then you have this Wind Ranger and Dying, which can obviously assist to keep the Faceless Void alive as well. Solar
It's
is so
also a
good,
meaty hero. It's such a like Kunkka. He just seems like he is one of these most underrated, just get in your face heroes.
It's because of his talents and then his strength gain, eh? He's got one of the highest strength gains in the game. Like, I've seen a Kunkka with no strength items with like 3,000 HP, and you're like, what the hell's going on here?
And the moment he gets something like a Halberd, when he has that evasion on top of it, like his effective HP just becomes so frustrating. He's got the +8 talent, HP talent as well, so he could potentially go with that.
And then add that status resistance on him. You can't burst him at time as well.
I don't like the Shadowfiend pick. I don't know what you guys think.
Why don't you like it? No, tell us first. Why don't you like Shadowfiend pick?
It's just a weird pick, man. So Shadowfiend is a hero that likes to play from the front, and it's not last pick, so they can focus on giving Castaway that favorable 1v1 that we spoke about. I don't know. I'll leave it to the mid laners. I'm not a mid player. 6-6 and Crimson.
Well, like the Shadowfiend combos nicely with the Faceless Void. I mean, it's.
And I guess with a Kunkka, you can do some X combos.
I mean, they got disgusting team fight.
Just worry, the Shadowfiend's going first.
If I do not see an X into Requiem combo this game, I'm gonna be upset, eh?
Maybe not. But I feel this Shadowfiend is going like a drums and straight into like S and Y and then Satanic BKB. He's tanking up. He's building up the stage resistance. He is gonna be the tower hitter.
Ladies and gentlemen,
Dota and Die.
Friends, we are in for such a treat. We're getting things off here with a Dota and Die Enigma. That is a signature we just don't get to see enough of. Am I right, guys?
I don't like the pick, though.
Don't do this. Shush, no analysis. For the hype. For the hype.
I think
Ladies and gentlemen. Dota and Die Enigma.
It slows down their draft.
Negative.
They had a very
don't worry
high
about not a hero. Doesn't know what it's
very
not
high
like
tempo
one of the
draft
players.
until that Enigma came out.
Not like he was actually in this event and is pretty much spot on with most of his predictions. I don't care. Don't die Enigma. This is how I would have started grand final. Of course, we're done here. Our job is done. We get to sit back and enjoy it now. The hard work's going to the grand final casters. Scarpy and Snare. I'm so jealous.
All aboard! This is the hype train, boys and girls. There is a Dota and Die Enigma. Adestam is stepping up to the plate and he's going to beat Castaway with the SF. That's the goals, right? Snap, this is mad, right? This is crazy.
This is insane, right? But here's the thing, right? One of the things that I really like about how this draft ended up, I'm actually going to agree in terms of the fact that it kind of slows down the draft at the end of the day. But the one thing, the main thing, is that they were desperately, up until this point, lacking in terms of overall team fight. However, getting this going for themselves is going to make things incredible. This is just hype all the way, super madness. I could not imagine a better end to until of a signature draft, right? Yesterday we were speaking about this, how at this upper echelon, the main thing is to give the players the heroes that they are comfortable with. Everybody here is playing something that they're extremely comfortable with. We've seen Schlink's Ogre Magi for years. We've seen this. Okay, Adeslam is a bit off kilter on the Shadow Fiend. We've seen the Depi Void. We've seen all these heroes come out. And this last pick, Enigma. Without this, honestly, I think if Sin 5 have gone for like the LC was banned out, but one of their more regular offlane picks, it might have given them a bit more pace, but they would be desperately lacking in team fight. But at least with this, they have the option that at no matter what point in the game, there's danger. As long as Sin 5 have this black hole, it's going to be just as important as the side of energy having access to the chronosphere as well.
Yeah, I feel like every time I watch Dota and I play this Enigma, it feels like Dennis the Menace, right? You just he's gonna wreck something. It's gonna be a disaster somewhere along the line. But on your note there, we got the Chronosphere and we got the black hole on the one side. Is it gonna be very instrumental for one of them to hit 6 first and maybe use their big ulti as soon as possible, or are they gonna? Because it feels like to me to get the right tempo, they need to get their ability down first.
It kind of feels like in this game, Black Hole is less important than the Chronosphere. I think Black Hole is sort of like just the layover for Sinister Fire when things are going really south. Because they have like a ton of burst damage just from the Scarab Maid and the Void Spirit with 1 or 2 slight disables. So just between Fire Blast and the Eidolon stuns, or the Manifest stun rather, they should be able to actually get kills from that. So I don't think they need Black Hole. Whereas on the side of Energy, without being able to get the full pullback on the Kunkka, into a Requiem and or Chronosphere into like mass razors, they don't really have that much instant burst to be able to get kills. So I think the 6s, especially for Shadow Fiend and Void, are a bit more important for energy than they are for the side of Sinister 5.
Yeah, absolutely. I think so too. And yeah, sometimes you see it go, but so Adeslam did go for the razors first. No real surprise there. He needs to try and get up and ahead of this this Void Spirit by Castaway. How's this matchup going for you?
I kind of think that this matchup is pretty good for this Void Spirit overall. Like, sure, you don't necessarily get to absorb all of the additional damage from the Razor. It's not like you're playing Ember Spirit with this matchup. But the mobility that this Void Spirit offers you, and the fact that like Shadow Fiend will never want to be able to actually just run onto the Void Spirit, it's kind of dangerous on this hero, so Castaway should be fine overall. And you can't really get harassed after you casted out the Resonant Pulse. So I think this matchup should be bit of washi. I think it's like 55-45 in either direction. Pretty much a skill matchup, but I don't think anybody dies up until level 6 happens.
Yeah, when last have you seen a tri-lane versus a tri-lane? Lots of lane switching happening. They want to match up Whelp versus the Enigma on that Kunkka. And I think maybe Energy getting the raw end of this shuffle of the laning stages, as they had to TP up Mental here, I believe. So maybe not great for them. But they want to try and give Whelp that advantage of being able to bring down those Eidolons very, very quickly with his Tidebringer.
Yeah, Tidebringer Smash will be able to get the damage out onto Eidolons, but overall this will still be by himself. It's not going to be enough to zone out Dota and Dire whatsoever, so it's going to be a decent lane overall for the Enigma. This top lane, like you're mentioning, we don't see tri-lanes all that often anymore. And in this situation, it's kind of warranted because they probably recognize that, look, we can't really leave either of these carry heroes in a situation that they have to fend for themselves. Ideally want as much action in the early portion of the game. I mean, this is kind of what we're speaking about, right? Because Depi needs an early level 6, needs good farm at that portion of the game, we don't want to take the risk that when we get there, nobody else on his team is actually capable of fighting, and or Sinister 5 is too far ahead, so you need to do something to be able to contain Aghanim. You're probably going to recognize that Dota and Die, the one small negative thing about them playing a signature pick like this is that everybody knows exactly how he plays this Enigma. After, he's not going to get Black Hole at level 6. He's going to spend a lot of time farming.
Sorry, TKC falling extremely low here in the top lane, but had the Fairy Fire. He had a Fairy Fire. Talking about this tri-lane though, briefly, I always feel like tri-lane is fantastic for Undying. The chances of him getting double decays off is really, really high, and keeping those supports HP quite low. Do you think this is maybe a little bit of a concern for Sinister 5, or is Ogre just good enough? Actually, rotations out.
Yeah, it's exactly what you're saying. They realize that, look, we can't really play against us Undying, and they make these rotations. They might actually move Undying bottom, but yeah, they're just changing things up entirely. Sinister 5 made the switch first, so that means that Energy does have the TP advantage, so they can decide how they really want to configure these lanes. Thus far, they're keeping this Faceless Void up against this Lifestealer. Not really a fun matchup. Like, Lifestealer doesn't get completely pressured out, but can't really do anything against the Void either. So Void is pretty much okay here. But that's why they really moved the Void down. They're still keeping somewhat of a dual lane-ish situation in the top lane. Neither team is really certain where they want to place their additional 5 supports. In fact, Aghanim is going all the way back top. Look at the switch from Sinister 5. Dota is just going to walk bottom as well. So they're going to do things the long way around just to try and make sure that they get the more optimal matchup.
How much does this hurt you, though? It's a lot of time being consumed. In fact, he's using the Eidolons to help himself farm the jungle to make sure he gets some gold along with his journeys. But this really must be tough for the Lifestealer.
Yeah. Definitely not great. This would have been a lot better. Oh, Adestam actually gets the first blood, though. Being able to bring down
towards the mid by multiple heroes. He actually does get first blood on Doom Bunny. And that's a nice one for Adestam. He wants to come out ahead. Now he's a level up on Castaway, showing him that I can also do this. And yeah, this is problematic. Rotations, in fact, coming in towards him with Skyreth Mage. Let's see if they
fill the bottle.
What year is this? Dual lane mid?
No, I just had to refill the bottle. They were contesting early on for the rune itself. That's how the Skyreth Mage ended up dying. But they'll be perfectly fine. They're gonna just like zone each other out between himself and Mental. Maybe contest for this upper bounty rune. Contest which the Skyreth Mage should probably win, but we'll see how this chase ends up going. Well, they're actually gonna lose. Mental. It's gonna end up going there first, so not necessarily the best matchup. This creates a little bit of space in the top lane for Deputy to be able to get a lot of CS in this lane because there's no actual core here. It's just the Ogre Magi in the top lane. Like you're mentioning, until the time wasted on the map, we see massive rotations going up and down. Aghanim is back bottom yet again, and now Dota Die is the one that might have to make his way towards top or just jungling a little bit. Either way, it's a lot of dead space in the top lane for Energy to fully exploit and make sure that Deppy gets the best start possible.
Yeah, and Deppy's having a decent time. Right, his CS is not looking too bad. The Lifestealer surprisingly keeping up, but he did use up a lot of time, got a couple of CS in the jungle. I think he's not even a level behind. He's actually done relatively well considering, so seems like he had a lot of his XP sapped from him, the Faceless Void. So paying off for Aghanim, who's actually in some trouble here. He gets X marks into Torrent, but he does have Rage.
He's fine.
Keep himself alive, no problem.
Yeah, he's chill. He's got a Bracer, 3 Tangles still. Should be able to heal up pretty well. Also has 2 points into the feast, so provided that he keeps a point and he doesn't let us go randomly into Rage, he should be okay.
Well, Adam's taking a ton of damage. Yeah, he potentially is going to go down. Mental was there, but he can't help him, and he does in fact find the kill. Castaway. There are rotations, however, coming in, but he's looking for Mental. He's falling low, and Castaway is going to find himself a double, and TKC's in the vicinity. He gets Reminiscences up. He's in trouble here. Does have the win run, but only for a few moments. And that's going to be it. Castaway. He's coming out of there with a big smile on his face. Ooh.
Yeah, he got the 6 first, but he also put the point into his ultimate before the Shadow Fiend did, so he actually had access to that additional mobility. Caught Adestam sleeping on the rune, able to get the kill. Quite nicely done there. While he's also making that happen, at the same time, bottom Whelp might be in a little bit of trouble here.
Yeah, still has Rage up, and he's going to look to turn around. Sorry. Yeah, Aghanim's got the Rage up. Now looking onto Whelp. Does throw the X-Mark spot out, but like I said, Rage is available. Is he going to be able to get it off? No, he will not, and he will fall. Another kill going the way of Sinister 5. Oh, boy.
Nicely done by them. And they managed to do this even though they had a very suboptimal configuration, especially in their top lane, pretty much giving Deppy all the space he needed. Dota Die wasn't able to get all the farm he wanted here, but nonetheless, they were able to get 2 kills massively across the map onto these cores. This opens up space for both Aghanim's Lifestealer as well as Castaway's Void Spirit to be able to level up quite a lot. And I think one of the major things is that as often as we see, Void Spirit obviously going to be rushing the Orchid.
Doom Bunny, really cheeky play by him. Was X marks the spot. Wants the silence down to keep himself alive. Taking a ton of damage. I don't think he's so fun, so he does get a salve off. Is it enough? It looks like it might just be. In fact, he turns around and the Enigmas here doesn't have Black Hole, but Doom Bunny finally does fall. So, contrary to your statement, he does take a tumble. Now they're going to look for more. Schlinks. It's a bit risky. Can't be diving. That's a tanky boy. Here we go. And 10
I thought they were actually gonna go. I thought they were actually gonna go dive a bit deeper with Dota and die there, but he was playing a little bit more evenly. I suppose it's more important at this point in the game to ensure that the Enigma survives the fight rather than trying to get the counterplay there. But I don't know, man. I feel like he has 6 raindrop stacks right now with double null tallies. He wouldn't have died even if he went super deep there. But ultimately, like you say, we do end up losing Doom Bunny. They're not that mad about it.
He's really low. I think there's enough damage to bring him down. Yet will go the way of Doom Bunny, and he does fall now. TKC does have win run. However, does need to be quite careful. Shouldn't be enough damage to bring him down. No, he's fine. Oh,
that's huge. That's huge. They lost the Kunkka in the offlane, and we've actually seen across the games. You were mentioning this yesterday when we watched Energy play, how much Whelp is instrumental to whether or not they're going to succeed in the mid game. And in games like this, where he's not able to get like the fully stacked spot, things might be a little bit more complicated. Down bottom though, they're going to try and get maybe a dive onto Aghanim. They have Chronosphere available, but Castaway, he's nearby, hoping that they try and make this dive, but I think they scouted him out. Yeah, they just scanned him out right now, so
yeah, big
everybody
problem.
is going to back out.
Mental's only level 3. If he gets spotted, he's in trouble. I don't think he's going to be tanky enough. In fact, he walks straight into Schlinks as well as Aghanim. Do they have the damage to bring him down? He is slowed up. He could be in a decent amount of trouble. One charge has been used, but will it be enough? Oh, a cheeky bash from Deppy, but it won't be enough as they finally do find the kill onto Mental. And they're going to look for more Chronosphere. It's going to be committed here. And very, very aware as Castaway. He's in the vicinity. Can Aghanim get himself on that? No, he will not. They find themselves a second with a great rotation coming in from Adderstam, getting off a fantastic Requiem of Souls. And that's exactly what they needed. So Mental paying his life, but gets a relatively good tribute from it.
Yeah, that was super sick play from Adam. He came in, like the communication was quite good right there from Energy. Okay, they're gonna be able to lose the bounty rune to Castaway, but they communicated quite well just before they even committed the Chronosphere. While Mental was still running away, Deppy was sort of stutter stepping, deciding whether he wanted to use the ultimate, and then before he even does the Chronosphere committal, we see the TP coming in from Adam to clean up that fight. Quite nicely done. Castaway, of course, even though he has the earlier levels, can't really provide that much bonus damage into that area of the fight. And because he spent so much time also hovering around that bottom lane, he wasn't actually farming in that period of time. So we saw that Adam clean out this middle wave. He got level 9 before he TP'd down. And as a result of that fight, he's now level 10. Much better position before. Mental might still die middle, but who cares? Adam's like, dude, die. Who cares right now? I'm actually going to be feeling like a boss in this lane. He is overall net worth leader. Definitely caught up massively on the Shadow Fiend in the mid lane.
Yeah, absolutely. He's actually been doing really well at Adderstam, using the jungle to great effect. And he's going to have that Eels online, which is right now, which is terrifying. If he catches out anyone, they're most likely going to take a fall. Does have 20 Necrom or 20 souls, so we'll be doing the full amount of damage. But they got vision on him. Man, look at the vision. So deep.
Average times.
Yeah.
That's what we often see. Like, whenever we see Schlinks and Doom Bunny running around the map, getting these wards out, we see these kind of configurations. Speaking of Schlinks, he's able to get off a smoke right now with Castaway. They want to try dive deep into the jungle. They might actually catch out Adderstam. Smoke will break. Do they have the catch onto him? I think they do.
Oh, Eels is going to be used defensively. Meanwhile, Deppy actually does take a fall in the bot lane, but they're looking for the kill, and this is going to be a big one. If they can get it, the heal's great. It's going to buy time for a Requiem of Souls. They finally kill, but man, to dodge from Castaway is beautiful, and that's going to mean he's going to be able to get himself right on out of there. Oh man, that was nice. Sweet. It wasn't even a Manta dodge; it was bottled illusion.
Just illusion rune, dude. What a player. At the same time, though, down bottom, they end up getting a kill onto this Faceless Void. They commit the Black Hole on the Enigma with the ultimate from the Scarlet Mage, and they do bring down Deppy. Adderstam does manage to survive, but doesn't get the kill back onto Castaway. Without the Yule Scepter being available there, he definitely dies, but that is pretty huge that he survives that moment. Because it also means...
Even the Undying, right? Gave him big heal there. Oh, Chronosphere using the top lane here onto Castaway. Do they have the damage to bring him down? They get quite a decent man onto him. There's 4 heroes in the vicinity, but he's able to just jump himself on out. Jeez. That's Chronosphere down and no value coming from it, and a massive rotation towards the top lane. X-Mark's going to be used here on Aghanim. He's going to have to use Rage to keep himself out of it. Yeah, he's fine.
Care for Shackle? Oh, he's fine, yeah.
Yeah, they're looking for the tier 1 tower here, though.
Oh, he's just going to out, yeah.
Enigma's putting a lot of pressure towards that bot lane, so they have to actually move someone here. And in fact, it's going to be Whelp. Can he get it? Nope, the Eidolons will just time out as he arrives. So tier 1 race happening, and they're going to look for more. A big ship's coming through, but there's rage up. He's not going to get much more, but this is going to mean Aghanim will not be able to get the damage out that he would probably like.
He's out of money. He has to back away from this.
Yeah.
It's kind of dangerous for him.
Deppy still looking to bring down this tier 1 tower here. No real response coming out from Sinister 5 at this time. But they're looking for a rotation towards Adestam. A lot hanging around in the tree line here, trying to use that to their advantage. Adestam very aware something's up. People are missing from the map. Let's go play this safe.
Right now, Sinister 5 though are pretty happy to play the sort of lull game because everything is the next 3 or 4 minutes. It's about making sure that Dota and Dai is able to get to this Blink Dagger and progress to the next utility item after that. So we can see that everybody else is posturing around him to make sure that he's safe and protected, being able to farm up this jungle. Castaway as well being in a good position to protect the tier 1 tower in the mid lane. Both teams doing quite well to make sure that they're not losing overall control. Mental pretty sick D-ward here. Very new ward was placed out, but it gets taken out very soon afterwards. He's making sure that this entire jungle is safe for them. They will go for the smoke out, but I think this was scouted. So they should be backing out from the side of Sinister 5. Nobody will die here. Maybe Schlinks trying to contest for this bounty rune, but I don't think any of the cores are in any real danger.
Yeah, it might give away that they have some vision there, noting how everyone just sort of evacuated the vicinity. And yeah, I think that's... Yeah, you can see Sin 5 opting to play it very, very safe. Good vision by them, however. They've been pretty on point with their vision game, very aggressive. And Faceless Void has actually finished up the Mask of Madness, so he can deal a little bit more damage now, but he's actually done well. But look at the farm on Adestam, actually. Got the Blink Dagger complete. This is scary, right? Yeah, ship's going to be used. Yeah, catches out multiple, but they bring down TKC. And this is a brawl for the bounty runes. And ship expended. Are they going to look for more? No, they will not.
Nah, they're fine. I was actually going to bring this up with Adestam, right? Because he just picked up this Blink Dagger at around the same time as we saw the Castaway Void Spirit pick up the Orchid Malevolence. So we have similar item timings from both mid heroes. And Adestam, though, it might be the first one to fall prey to this. He doesn't have vision from the high ground. They have the Astral Step. They might get the grab onto him, but they don't have vision. So everyone's fine.
Mental, he's in trouble. They scouted him in the tree line. He's going to be caught with the Remnant and burst down almost instantly. Doom Bunny picking up the kill for himself. Rotations are now coming in. They're great timing. The Carties here, so they're going to look to put some pressure onto the tier 1 tower. Well, has come into the vicinity, gets a Torrent out, but it's not going to latch onto anything. X marks the spot onto Castaway. There's no way that he can really dodge this one. He's about to go back, but no real answers. And big ulti coming out from the Skywrath Mage. Well, he's alive, but for how much longer? It's going to tick away, will it? Yes, he will go down. Schlinks does get the kill with the burning fire tossed upon his head.
Well, the big thing about that is that whilst they're making that play happen, Aghanim was busy pushing out this bottom lane and managed to secure the tower as well. With the full armlet on himself, very close towards being able to pick up the Heaven's Halberd as well, at the very least the Sarge component. Things are looking quite well for every hero on the side of Sinister 5. The only person who's doing quite well on energy is Adestam, but even then, he can't really commit himself to the fight just yet until he finishes his BKB. He's trying to rush it as fast as humanly possible because he knows there's way too much control and magic damage for him to commit himself to fights afterwards.
Yeah.
And we'll also see middle, they're easily able to push towards this tier 1, and because of the same reason that they know that taking fights is a little bit complicated, they're going to try to jump back for this now, but they might end up losing a few heroes because of this.
Ooh, yeah, they get a quick kill on Mental, who's really under-leveled, having a tough time here, but they actually followed up with Castaway kill. Now they're going to look for a little bit more. Dennis does have, or Dota and Dai does have that Blink Dagger, but is he going to be able to make use of it? He's hanging around the fringes, going to see if an opportunity does arise, but it seems like they are going to back themselves now, realizing that they have lost the likes of Castaway and opting to just cut their losses.
They thought about it. Dota and Dai was shuffling it towards the edge of the fight, but I think they realized that without the Skywrath Mage being a little bit closer to provide the insta burst, rather not take the chance, so they lose that fight, and ultimately they're going to commit to the tier 1 middle.
Is he going to catch something here? He is going around the edges here. Going to scout out, but it seems like energy. They're privy.
Yeah.
They're aware.
I think also another issue is that without BKB, there's so many spells that can interrupt the Black Hole, right? He has to worry about the Shackle Shot, Requiem interrupt, the Chronosphere, Torrent, X, Boat. It's a lot of work. So unless he's able to catch 3 heroes pretty much in every single Black Hole, rather just let this one go. But they're going to try for this now. Infest now going into the Castaway Void Spirit, smoke up, and Sinister 5 is looking for a full fight.
And he jumps out. He's like, I need to farm, boys. This is a waste of my time. Gonna see if they can catch something though. Mental's hanging around here. He's slightly underleveled. He's a bit low HP pool. Could be a quick kill, but it would be a waste potentially. Castaway's gonna scout out Deppy, and this could be big. They got the Orchid. They catch him out. He was a bit asleep there. Could be in a lot of trouble, and they got more than enough damage.
What was there too?
Flare. Oh, well. He's in trouble. There's a lot of rotations coming in. It's actually going to be Schlinks who's in a pickle as he does get caught out. But a black hole does come through and catches out 3! Oh my word, they're going to get a kill. Quick one onto Castaway. They're looking for more. Castaway, he's quite low. And Adestam, in fact, falling. They're not Castaway. Well, is quite low. Doom Bunny does fall to TKC. Now they're looking for something here, but Castaway is able to at least dodge out well for now. And it's a 3-for-2 exchange across the board.
The one hero I said is probably gonna die while he's the one that ended up surviving. Not done just yet.
Oh, Castaway jumps himself to the high ground, gets caught out by a shackle. Will he be able to walk this one off? It seems like he will. He actually goes for the kill into well. He turns it around. Baited, boys. Oh, oh man. I know he's probably saying, I did that on purpose, guys. That was all intentional. I was meant to get shackled.
Dude, that's 4.
Oh, Granus Fear off the block. Oh, Deppy.
Oh.
More
big
tips.
plays. Big plays. Big plays. Man, that Castaway Orchid Malevolence in that fight, changing everything, making sure to get the correct silences off onto every hero. And at the end of the day, I was talking about how they need to be able to get as many heroes in the black hole as humanly possible, but 3 caught out at once. Could not ask for a better fight. They instantly burst on Adestam. He has no influence in that fight. And then suddenly they're able to run over everybody else. Kind of one of these things where Energy was kind of surprising that they went back in with the Wind Ranger and the Kunkka by themselves. And like, I get that the heroes weren't on the highest amount of HP, but I don't know. After a disastrous fight, you might just want to back away. Ultimately, though, it goes out for them. They end up losing out most of the bounty runes on the map. Actually, all of them, in fact. Oh, boy. Not a great time for yourself when you're playing at the 20-minute mark. When you have your mid-hero as Shadow Fiend, who's supposed to be creating as much space as humanly possible for this Faceless Void, still doesn't have his BKB. He's almost going to have it. But even then, there's no guarantee in the next fight that he's able to get it off before the black hole. Because if he gets caught in that hole again, even with the BKB, that means he'll still get bursted by the Skyrish Made Ultimate. Then this is 4,000 gold in the bank pretty much for nothing.
Yeah, speaking of automation, just have a look over this last stealer, man. He's picked up a Hellbird for himself.
Yeah.
He's farmed. He's right up there. He's catching up to Adestam, who's still out ahead, right? But only by a small amount. And Castaway's catching up also at a really high pace. I must say, Castaway's just been playing out of his mind, right? We saw a Manta dodge with bottled illusions. Of course, if anyone doesn't know, that has been changed. So it works like, I think in Dota 1 it used to do that. Acted like a Manta Star.
Yeah, back in the day, yeah.
Yeah, so it acts sort of like a skill ability to have a illusion rune. Super powerful, especially in high level Dota. And we just saw him sort of playing around those team fights so beautifully. And oh man, just very notable gameplay from him. And it's really a tough day to be opponent to Castaway when he's on form.
You know, you're actually mentioning something about the itemization of this Lifestealer. The fact that it's waiting for this Heaven's Halberd, generally, oh, well, dodges out, bottom, you're going to TP away from the Aether Remnant. But generally when we see this Deppy Faceless Void being picked up, he goes for the Mask of Madness into the Monkey King bar almost instantly afterwards. But nowadays, in this game, in this particular situation, he's had to go for the BKB. And as a result of that, he's not going to have the evasion piercing that'll come from the MKB. So that means that this Heaven's Halberd is even more impactful than it normally would be from this Lifestealer. So Aghanim is going to be super impactful in these fights, especially against the Void. Man, if he's not caught inside, this actually makes Deppy's life even harder. Because if he doesn't catch Aghanim inside the Chronosphere, that means that pretty much the bubble is going to be wasted as long as this Lifestealer is nearby.
Yeah. Scary stuff, though. The Enigma's very close to a BKB, and that's the last hero you want to have a BKB on the opposition team. Do they have an answer to that? I don't think so.
No. They're trying to debate with this Lifestealer top, though. This fight might not go that well for them.
In fact, Tombstone's going to be thrown up onto the high ground. He's going to rage, get himself an out. Now they realize there's 4 heroes in this vicinity. TPs were cancelled, but they are marching their way up towards the top here. This could be a potential brawl. But it seems like Energy have the high ground for now. And Mental, he's walking here. Chronosphere is going to be committed. Can they get the kill onto Aghanim fast enough? It looks like they will most likely be able to do so. Deppy will find himself the kill. No real rebuttal coming from Sin 5. However, they are going to answer with a potential smoke in the back. They're going to see if they can find something.
I don't think they can. I think they let the song go.
I think it's a warding mission. Or
Taking
catch
a
someone
fight
on the
of
rotate.
this. I think they probably know that energy is good enough that they're going to be, except for the support sticking together. Like even Mental right now, this kill is very dangerous to try to get onto him. So Costa recognizes this diving too deep to try to go for that one. So they'll let it go. Aghanim did get caught out a little bit in that situation, but ultimately they probably knew that the tier 2 tower was definitely going to fall. So now Energy feeling themselves in a good position. They're also able to perhaps consolidate control around this Roshan area. I think that's the huge thing for them. If they can get the Aegis, that unlocks the ability to go up onto the high ground. And also, one of the things that they have to keep in mind for Sinister 5 is that this game, unfortunately, as time continues to tick on, they do not have the late game advantage. Right now, in the next 10 minutes is when they're going to be peaking, pretty much overall. But as the game scales, Shadow Fiend and Faceless Void, I definitely favor in a late game scenario versus the Lifestealer and the Void Spirit. Pretty much the only ace in the hole that Sinister 5 will have is the Dota and Die Enigma. And he's doing what he can, going for this Aether Remnant, or this Aether Lens, excuse me, after picking up the Blink Dagger and the BKB. And he realizes that everything about this game is going to be, how many heroes can I catch in the black hole? I think after this Aether Lens, he's pretty much going to burn to Octarine Core as well, because that's where this game style is going to go. I think one of the reasons why we don't really see this hero as much anymore on Sinister 5 is that whenever they have this hero in their arsenal, it does sort of lend itself to this kind of playstyle where they're very, very reliant on whether or not Dota and Die can land those signature black holes to be able to win out the fights.
Yeah, they got the BKB now. They're grouping up for a smoke play. This could be a big one. And all 5 heroes opting to go together as somebody just jumps himself into Castaway here. And that's Aghanim, of course. Mental, however, is going to probably be the real pain in the butt to break the smoke. And even if they finally killing him, I don't think they're going to be very happy about that.
No.
However, yeah, Energy are going to be aware something's up. There isn't a single hero on the map. Are they going to try and bait here with Schlinks? No. Deppy's, he knows. He knows. Come on, guys. There's no one showing on the map. What do you think we are?
More wasted time right now, and they really needed to be able to find this fight, I think, for Sinister 5, because they wanted themselves to be able to dive into the Roshan pit. They did just get themselves very, very close to getting the full MKB, still farming towards the full Demon Edge on their Lifestealer, but this is time away from him farming. So yet again, they needed this play to pay off. It didn't. So now the question is that they're going to stick around for the tier 1 tower in the top lane. They're going to try and let this one go back into a more farming route. Energy probably don't mind us, right? We were actually talking about this yesterday. Wait, hold that thought. Mental's probably going to die here.
Schlinks is in trouble, actually. You got a clumsy net on him. And follow up. Mental's taking a ton of damage, but it's not enough. They actually will find a quick kill here onto Schlinks. And it seems like Sin 5 are going to back themselves up. Tail between their legs. They just can't find the space for this black hole. They got the BKB, but they just can't find the heroes.
I am very surprised there that we didn't see Castaway jump in with the Astral Step to try and bring down Mental, at least with the assistance of Doom Bunny. But either way, they end up losing Schlinks. Not that big a deal for them overall for Sinister 5, but the major thing is that they wasted a lot of time not being able to get anything out of that smoke. We saw that the Lifestealer was just sitting inside the Void Spirit for quite some time, not really getting anything going. Erstwhile Deppy was still able to get some farm going in the triangle. Not the most efficient farm overall in the game, but still being able to get something going versus just sitting inside a hero doing nothing at this point in the game.
Yeah. Zadosam, he's farming himself up the storm, actually going for the sheep stick next. And that could be really big for them to control up the likes of Castaway in these team fights. I think that's a really nice item for the Shadow Fiend.
Absolutely.
I mean, he's the one farming the fastest, right? So he's got to go for it.
Speaking of people who are farming the fastest, going for necessary items, we see Sinister 5, for them, their overall fast farmer has been this Lifestealer, but the one who's going to be most impactful with this farm is going to be Castaway, and he's the one that's transitioning now.
Oh, they're looking for a quick kill into Schlinks here.
Nice.
And they will find some success. And kill by kill, just trickling the way into Energy's favor here.
Yeah, it's Roche time right now. They've opened up the space. Without this Ogre being alive, he actually just buy back. Yeah, he realizes this, so they have to get out the pit. They realize that Adam has the 4 points into the Necromastery as well as into the Presence of the Dark Lord, so killing this Roche is very, very simple with the Void being nearby as well. So they have to buy back and contest this. And they don't have the Aghanim Scepter just yet for Castaways, Void Spirit. So taking the team fights at this point in time is still very difficult for them. That's where Sinister 5 have really been struggling. They don't want to make these huge jumps because they realize that their team fight is really substantially lacking outside of this black hole versus what Energy has to bring to the table.
Yeah. Destruction Orb actually sent it back to base, I believe. Yeah, the Roshan pit now is actually going to be left. Everyone's posturing around it, but I don't think there's going to be any sort of answer from either side. And see if they can catch someone off guard, but I think neither will be taking that risk. So probably going to look to fall back into farming, see if they can find a pick-off. And top lane, yeah, big trouble here for Adestam. Does have a BKB though, and that's going to be forced out. And probably the goal there for Castaway. Get that 10-second BKB down. So first usage here for Adestam. That kind of sucks, I suppose, but yeah.
And he can't keep the pressure going in the same lane anymore because he knows that they're going to be watching out for him. He doesn't know whether or not they have wards in this area of the map or if they're just camping out here. Either way, it's no longer safe for him to push this lane out. So he has to pretty much vacate this lane. Buys a little bit more time for Sinister 5 on the map as well. So pretty nice play happening there. Doesn't require any BKBs out from them as well. Castaway still has his 10-second BKB. Don't die in the same situation as well. So we haven't had a scenario where they've really had to overcommit.
Mental observer ward. Oh boy! They put a ward on top of him here, and he's going to take a truck ton of damage, but does have spider legs to get himself on out. He doesn't get brought down yet. Meanwhile, Aghanim on the back lines here. Black hole is empty, and the Chronosphere's got the Enigma inside of it. Blink into the Chronosphere, however, for Adestam, and he's going to turn around, find a kill into Schlinks. So it's a 2-for-1 trade here, again in the favor of Energy, or just looking like a different team altogether.
Woo. Okay, now they're going to definitely get the Roche. Oh, they should have chased for more. Don't want Castaway.
Yeah, and they're going to get a lot more on him, but maybe a lot more than he bargained for. BKB's having to use across the board here. Looks like they need to still get themselves out of dodge. Sun 5, as there are multiple heroes keeping the chase onto Castaway here. And this should be them going straight into the pitch here.
I don't know if they have time for it anymore. They're going to still try for it, though. I think they should be able to still get it. But
yeah, they got the presence of the Dark Lord, right? So that's a good amount of armor.
With 30 seconds on the Ogre being dead, and they know that's also a dieback on the Ogre as well. He has no way to come back into the fight, so they will guaranteed have the numbers advantage, and there's no more Black Hole to catch them out in the scenario, so they should be able to pick this one up. Man oh man though, that missed Black Hole really making a huge difference. After that, you kind of saw part of the issue, right? Sinister 5, as soon as the Black Hole missed, instantly every single one of them start to run away from that fight because they realize that we cannot keep this going anymore.
Yeah, that's a massive loss there. 82 seconds CD for that, and you're going to be waiting. You're going to be waiting a decent amount of time. Item, however, Skyreth Mage picked up something cheeky here. The Rod of Atos going to be pretty useful against the Faceless Void if you can get down on him. So another good answer to the Faceless Void, potentially. Controlling him in these team fights, forcing out BKBs probably, or most likely. But Faceless Void has also completed a MKB himself and got a huge chunk of money in the bank.
Yeah.
And I think he's now surpassed that of the Lifestealer, so this guy's work cut out for him, does Aghanim. Did get the Basher.
We're getting to these last few minutes where Sinister 5 will actually feel comfortable overall taking fights. Everything after that is gonna kind of feel like a last ditch. We have to make this work, otherwise we're screwed scenario. They're still playing this out somewhat well, but they need a few more aura items. Jordan Die, man, look at this item build. Oh my god. Aghanim Scepter, Refresher Orb. This is Enigma Gaming all the way.
Yeah.
They're trying to make sure that this Black Hole is as strong as possible.
What else are you gonna build, man? Well, he's like, I missed the one, guys. That's all. They're not gonna be another miss. But I mean, we've seen an empty Black Hole and we've seen an empty Chronosphere. Whoop.
Chronosphere scouted. He's fine. He's fine.
Yeah. Chronosphere's off cooldown right now, so maybe gonna look to make use of that. For the side of Energy, they are going to put some pressure onto a tier 2 tower. Will Sinister 5 respond is really the question. They do use up their glyph, but so does their opposition to keep the creep alive for as long as possible. Won't be good enough, but gonna hang around, see if someone will overextend. Castaway shows himself, and And still no real answer. There could have been a potential blink in. Adestam has finished up that sheep stick. That is very notable for this push here. And Castaway must be very, very careful with his astral step. He only has one charge right now, so if he is overzealous, he will lose his life. Tier 2 does get brought down. And yeah, Depi still has the Aegis. You can't really fight into it. And this is how Energy won their game last night, right? Similar sort of pattern.
Yep.
Get that Aegis, just dominate the map for that period of time, and then you're so far ahead, you're most likely going to win another team fight for yourself. So let's see how Sinister 5 are going to deal with this, because every other team has had a very difficult time answering to these sort of issues.
Especially answering to the Faceless word on Depi. I'm really surprised. We were talking about this yesterday, that there should be a priority ban against Energy, but they've allowed it through here today. I was talking earlier about how they didn't have this MKB, but now they do.
Danger for the Yoga. Yeah.
Fine. Whatever. Bye-bye.
Yeah. Quick and easy one. Adestam. Now exposing or showing that he has that cheap stick. I did see, they must have seen it earlier, because Void Spirit changed his item build, going for the Lincoln Sphere, realizing that that could suck pretty badly. So
yeah.
Does Sinister 5 have to just buy sort of time, farm up their items? But you were saying that... Oh. Yeah, yeah, committed onto him here. Ton of damage coming out from Depi, and more than enough. As they find a quick kill, and a tier 1 tower to boot. Now going to potentially look for a little bit more. Still got the Aegis of Immortality, does Depi, so we'll see if they're going to make some more use of that. Big jump forward, yeah, from Adestam. Does catch out the Enigma. Dota and Die is in trouble, uses up the BKB, but will it be enough? The right clicks are more than enough to bring him down. And in fact now, deep inside their base, Doom Bunny will take a tumble. The ship comes through, but it's only going to give a buff to the team. Eel's going to be used on the Yoga Magi. Do they have an answer? They're going to lose more. Buyback comes out from at least the Skywrath Mage, but they could potentially lose high ground here. He jumps forward, looks for a kill, at least onto Undying, but Undying is going to share the damage with Adestam. Oh man, really nice work there by him. Buy a bit more space, but they're pretty low energy, maybe a little bit risky, as Buyback does come through from Dota and Die, who does a black hole up, and that could be at least that nail in the coffin that they cannot commit to the high ground. But yikes.
Scoppy, fam.
Sing me a song.
So the tale I want to sing you, the story I want to tell you, right, is of a young Energy team who's looking at this game right now, realizing that, guys, we were inside their base. We didn't even need to commit the ultimate from the Shadow Fiend. We still have 8 seconds of BKB timing left on him. You know, Depi is still going to get much more fun in this game. Guys, if we just take it easy, there's literally no way that we lose this game. Yeah. And at this point, I'm honestly not even seeing how Depi and Adestam die again. Part of the problem with how they've been playing out this game on the side of Sinister 5 is that the portion after they got this Blink Dagger on the Enigma, I mean, sure, they got like, what, 2 black holes out of it that were somewhat successful, but it didn't really feel like this is an off-lane Enigma, right? If this is a possible Enigma, fine, I get it, but
it's just a desperation smoke. Oh, he actually finds a kill onto TKC. Castaway. He was hanging around very deep in the opposition side. See if he can find something, but they've smoked up here. Feels a little bit desperate though. They had no real vision on their opponents. Maybe going to use this just to get vision down themselves. But Dota and Dire still has that Blink, BKB, Black Hole, but no one to use it on right now.
Yeah, they have, like you mentioned, and nowhere to actually play around with the smoke. It does kind of feel like they're smoking into the wind. They're going to come across Mental, but if Mental dies, who cares? He is 100% okay with this. He's not even going to die at this. What a player.
Yeah, Depi turns around though. He's looking for the Yoga, who's trying to get them the shrine back. SF's going to TP in deep, and they're looking for more on the back of it. Dota and Die, you need to play it safe, my friend. Uses up his BKB. Black Hole's going to be used. Catches out too. This is pretty big for them, but damage is enough. They bring down Depi. Can they find more? They do lose Dota and Die, however. And now Agnum joins the fray, and he's beating up Adestam. They are doing it. Can they find more? Mental 2 very, very low, and he too will go down. And this is how you sort of throw it. Oh man, Sinister 5. Brilliant fight from them.
Okay, so this is why you pick Enigma, right? The Enigma, if it doesn't feel great, game is suck. When it gets a black hole like that, able to isolate 2 of the most important heroes in the team fight at once, eliminate them immediately. Adestam blinks in afterwards when it's well too late to be able to do anything. at that point, Sinister 5 run over them. They're able to claim themselves that 4 fight, and now they're poised to be able to take the tier 2. There's no Roche to be able to take away, obviously, but this is a huge turnaround for Sin 5. And one of the great things about a hero like Enigma is that if he dies after Black Hole, you don't really care.
Look at Castaway
Dude,
playing so aggressively. They found a quick kill into TKC, and they go for the high ground here.
Yeah, they're going to get the tier 3 in their back, yeah.
Ship gonna come through. It's gonna land onto the Ogre Magi, and it's gonna slow things down only just a touch. They get at least some decent damage, but no buyback notably on Deppy. I don't know if Sinners 5 are aware of this, but realizing he hasn't bought back, maybe. They do back themselves on out, and they're ahead, man. Look at the tier 3 damage. They got a lot more down than the side of Energy when they came and invaded their opposition's base.
Yeah, and they might still actually be able to hold on to this outpost that they just claimed down in the bottom lane. 1 more minute until 40. So that's some bonus experience for them if they can hold on to it. This bottom tier 2 tower, very low on the HP. Provided that Doom Money can just stick with this creep wave, they should be able to claim this tower as well. So this is a lot of advantage.
Click on Enigma and look at his new item, dude.
Dude, you guys are refreshing now, yeah.
Yeah, but
and he has a spell prism.
A spell prism, bro.
Yeah, dude, of course he has a spell prism. Dude, this game, honestly, Dota and Die is the carry, right? Whenever Black Hole is up, they're like, cool fam, the team fight is now on you. If we win or lose, it's about whether or not you get off the good Black Hole. Speaking of Black Holes, we have a smoke finally coming in from Energy as they realize that they're not really feeling good about their position in the game, even though they have a pretty decent gold lead. It's not a good look where in the previous fight, both Adam and Deppy died. Adam had to commit BKB for that, so his BKB is even lower than before. He's right now trying to build very slowly but surely into that full Octarine core, but the main issue that they're going to be having is that they recognize that each time they lose a fight, lanes get pushed out, and all they're getting killed on is Schlinks. And
they actually look for Doom Bunny on the back. He gets a decent amount of damage, however, down onto Mental, but now Schlinks, he too is going to find himself in a pickle, and that's going to be 2 supports down. But Aghanim was inside of him. There is problems here for him. He's trying to fight his way into the Synchronosphere. Is going to be committed here because they realize they can get a really big kill. Meanwhile, on the back of it, they're looking for a little bit more. They're unable to. Oh, in fact, they did find
Dota committed Black Hole. Yeah. Dude, Adestam won that fight like a boss. He blinked past that. He didn't try to go for the Hex onto Aghanim. He was scouting out for this Enigma, and he gets the Hex out onto him before BKB can be committed, before Black Hole can come out. And the Black Hole is there for like a second before it instantly gets cancelled out. That is so huge. This is a full later Rax as well also this. That was amazing from Adam.
Yeah. Oh, jump forward check from Castaway. He's playing ultra aggressive. He gets bashed up. He takes it.
Wow.
A corner.
That's game over. That's GG. They don't have buyback on this Void Spirit.
They're going straight for the throne. They do have a buyback on Void Spirit, and they got a buyback on the last year, but they're committing for this one. 2 buybacks, the only 2 available, have been used up here. Can they slow this down? Aghanim's going to slowly march his way on Ninya, but he gets caught out. The bashes are there, and Deppy's just going to crush him. This could be it. The Ancient's going down.
Oh my god.
What? Everyone was predicting this to go the other way. Ladies and gentlemen, Energy stepping up to the plate, and they whack it out of the park. Oh, man.
They did a fantastic job of not really allowing Sinister 5 to play at a really aggressive pace. You were talking in the early laning phase about whether or not it would hurt them on the side of Sinister 5, the aggressive amount of lane rotation that they ended up making. And I think that's definitely true, right? Because the timings that they were able to hit on every hero except for Castaway in the mid lane was really off kilter. Didn't really feel like they were able to take the game towards what Energy were trying to bring to the table. But I think the huge thing, again, is that they had 4 huge teamfight ultimates to bring to bear. I mean, you have the Requiem, you have Chronosphere, the Undying Tombstone